The Eighth Detective by Alex Pavesi, read for you by Amelia Fox. Chapter 1, Spain, 1930. The two suspects sat on mismatched furniture in the white and almost featureless lounge, waiting for something to happen. Between them, an archway led to a slim, windowless staircase, a dim recess that seemed to dominate the room, like a fireplace grown to unreasonable proportions. The staircase changed direction at its midpoint, hiding the upper floor from view and giving the impression that it led up to darkness and nothing else. It's hell, just waiting here. Megan was sitting to the right of the archway. How long does a siesta normally take, anyway? She walked over to the window. Outside, the Spanish countryside was an indistinct orange colour. It looked uninhabitable in the heat. An hour or two, but he's been drinking. Henry was sitting sideways in his chair, with his legs hooked over the arm and a guitar resting on his lap. Knowing Bunny, he'll be asleep until dinner time. Megan moved to the drinks cabinet and examined the bottles, carefully turning each one until all the labels were facing outwards. Henry took the cigarette from his mouth and held it up in front of his right eye, pretending to watch her through it, a mock telescope. You're breathing through your shoes again. She'd been pacing back and forth for most of the afternoon. The lounge, with its white tiles and white clean surfaces, reminded her of a doctor's waiting room. They could have been in a red brick hospital back home, rather than a strange Spanish villa at the top of a ragged red hill. If I'm breathing through my shoes, she muttered, then you're walking with your mouth. A few hours earlier, they'd been having lunch at a small tavern in the nearest village, a 30-minute walk through the woods from Bunny's house. Bunny had stood up at the end of the meal, and they both immediately noticed how drunk he was. We need to have a conversation, he'd slurred. You've probably been wondering why I asked you here. There's something I've wanted to discuss for rather a long time. It was an ominous thing to say to his two guests, both entirely dependent on him in a country they'd never been to before. When we're at the villa, just the three of us. It had taken them almost an hour to walk back to the house, Bunny struggling up the hill like an old donkey, a grey suit against the red earth. It felt absurd now to think of the three of them in Oxford together all those years ago. He'd aged seemingly 10 years more than they had. I need to rest, he drawled after letting them into the house. Give me some time to sleep, then we can talk. So while Bunny had gone upstairs to sleep away the heat of the afternoon, Megan and Henry had collapsed into armchairs on either side of the staircase. A brief siesta. That was almost 3 hours ago. Megan was looking out of the window. Henry leaned forward and counted the number of squares between them. She was standing diagonally across from him, a distance of 7 white tiles. This feels like a game of chess, he said. Is that why you keep moving about? You're putting your pieces in place for an attack. She turned to face him, her eyes narrowed. Chess is a cheap metaphor. It's what men use when they want to talk in a grandiose way about conflict. An argument had been building between them all afternoon, ever since Bunny had brought their lunch to a sudden end. The three of us need to have a conversation, away from Spanish eyes. Megan looked out of the window again, and there it was, as inevitable as the weather. The impending argument, a black stain layered over the blue sky. Chess is all about rules and symmetry, she continued, but conflict is usually just cruel and dirty. Henry strummed the guitar as a way of changing the subject. "Do you know how to tune this thing?" He'd found it hanging on the wall above his chair. "I could play this if it was tuned." "No," she said, and left the room. He watched her walk deeper into the house, successively smaller versions of her framed by further doorways along the corridor. Then he lit another cigarette. "When do you think he'll wake up? I'd like to get some fresh air." She was back, the biggest version of her standing in the nearest doorway. "Who knows?" said Henry. "Right now he's sleeping the sleep of the just had lunch." She didn't smile. "You can go ahead and leave. I think anything he has to say can wait." Megan paused, her face as pristine and unreadable as it was in her publicity photos. She was an actor by profession. "Do you know what he's going to say to us?" Henry hesitated. "I don't think so." "Fine. I'm going outside then." He nodded and watched her leave. The corridor led away from the lounge in the direction he was facing, and he saw her walk down it and through a door at the end. The stairs were to his left. He continued toying with the guitar strings until one of them snapped and the flailing metal cut the back of his hand. At that moment, the room darkened, and he automatically turned to his right. Megan was at the window looking in, the red hills behind giving her outline a demonic glow. She didn't seem able to see him. Maybe the day outside was too bright. But he felt like a creature in a zoo anyway, with the back of his hand held over his mouth as he sucked the slight cut and his fingers hanging from his chin. Megan took shelter on the shaded side of the house. Standing in a clump of wildflowers, she leaned back against the building and closed her eyes. From somewhere nearby came a soft, percussive sound. Dip, dip, dip. It seemed to originate from behind her. She thought at first it was the carried sound of the guitar coming through the walls, but it wasn't melodic enough for that. It was very faint, almost not there at all, but she could still hear it, as unmistakable as a stone in her shoe. Dip, dip, dip. She turned around and looked up. Through a wrought-iron grille, she could see a fly repeatedly hitting itself against the closed window of Bunny's bedroom, the one next to hers on the top floor of the house. It was just a tiny fly trying to escape. Then she saw that there were two of them. 3, in fact. Now 4. A whole swarm of flies trying to get out. The corner of the window was dark with them. She could picture the dead ones littering the windowsill. She found a small stone on the ground and threw it at the window. The black clouds scattered at the audible clunk, but no sound came from inside. She tried again, but couldn't rouse her sleeping host. She grew impatient and picked up a whole handful of stones, throwing them one by one until her hands were empty. She walked back around the outside of the house, in through the door and along the corridor to the foot of the stairs, where Henry, surprised by her sudden appearance, dropped the guitar with a clatter on the cold, white floor. "I think we should wake Bunny." He saw that she was worried. "Do you think something's wrong?" In fact, she was angry. "I think we should check." She started up the stairs. He was following closely behind her when she saw something that made her stop and cry out. Instinctively, he put his arms around her. It was an attempt to keep her calm, but it was done clumsily, and it left the two of them locked together, unable to move. "Let me go!" She elbowed him off and ran forward, and then, with her shoulders out of his way, he saw what she had seen. A pointing finger of blood reaching from below Bunny's door towards the top of the stairs, pointing straight at him. Neither of them had ever seen so much blood. Bunny lay on the sheets, face down. A knife handle emerged from his back with a twisted red trail leading up to it from the lowest end of the bed. The blade was almost entirely hidden. They could just see a thin line of silver between his body and the black handle, like a glimpse of moonlight coming through a crack in the curtains. "That's where his heart is," said Megan. The handle itself could have been part of a sundial, the dead body unknowingly marking the passage of time. She approached the bed, stepping around the puddles on the floor. When she was a foot away from the body, Henry stopped her. "Do you think we should?" "I have to check." Absurdly, she pressed 2 fingers into the side of his neck. There was no pulse. She shook her head. "This can't be true." In a state of shock, Henry sat down on the edge of the mattress. His weight caused the bloodstains to spread towards him, and he leapt up as if waking from a bad dream. He looked at the door, then turned back to Megan. "The murderer might still be here," he said in a whisper. "I'll search the other rooms." "Okay," Megan whispered back, and because she was an actor, she whispered in a way that was as clear as speaking. It was almost sarcastic. "And check if all the windows are locked." "You wait here." And he left. She tried to take a deep breath, but the air in the room was rotten already, and the few telltale flies were still tapping against the edge of the blisteringly hot day. They must have grown bored of the body. She walked over and lifted the window by a couple of inches. The flies shot straight out and dissolved into the blue sky, like grains of salt stirred into soup. As she stood there by the window, cold with shock, Megan could hear Henry searching through the nearby rooms, opening wardrobes and looking under beds. He appeared in the doorway again, a disappointed look on his face. "There's nobody up here." "Were all the windows locked?" "Yes, I checked." "I thought so," she said. "Bunny locked everything obsessively before we left for lunch. I watched him do it." "What about those doors? Are they locked?" He indicated with his hand the 2 doors to the balcony behind her. She stepped over to them and pulled at the handles. They were bolted from the inside at the top, middle, and bottom. "Yes," she said. She sat down on the edge of the bed, ignoring the spreading blood. "Henry, do you know what this means?" He frowned. "It means they must have left by the staircase. I'll lock all the doors and windows downstairs. Stay here, Megan." "Wait," she began. But he had already vanished. She heard his bare feet thudding unmusically on the steps that were as white and hard as piano keys, heard him pause as he reached the turning in the staircase and slap one palm flat against the wall to steady himself, then heard the course of his movements around the floor below. She opened a drawer in Bunny's bedside cabinet. There was nothing inside but underwear and a gold watch. Another held a diary and his pajamas. He'd fallen asleep in his clothes, of course. She took the diary out and flicked through the pages. The entries had stopped almost a year ago. She put it back. Then she looked at her watch. How long would she have to wait here, indulging Henry's makeshift display of taking control, before she could go down and confront him? With each door that Henry closed, the house became incrementally hotter, so while he'd started the process in a rush, he was now moving slowly and methodically, breathing heavily and walking through each room multiple times to make sure he hadn't missed anything. The layout was confusing, and he wondered why Bunny had come to live alone in a house so large. None of the rooms seemed to be the same shape or size, and many had no windows. No light. but rather darkness visible. It's what you do when you have money, he supposed. He walked back to the lounge and found her there, perched on the chair he'd been sitting in and smoking one of his cigarettes. He felt he should say something playful to delay confronting reality at least for a moment. All you need is the guitar and a haircut, and it would be like looking in a mirror. Megan didn't respond. "They've gone," he said. "There are plenty of windows and doors down here, of course. They could have got out any way they wanted." Slowly, she dropped the cigarette into an ashtray and picked up a small knife that she'd placed beside it. He hadn't even noticed it, just another slender object blending into the sparsely decorated room. She got to her feet and held the blade out towards him, the tip pointed at his chest. "Don't move," she said quietly. "Just stay right there. We need to talk." Henry stepped away from her. The backs of his knees touched the chair opposite hers, and he crumpled into it. She jumped at this sudden movement, and for a moment he felt powerless, gripping the arms of his chair in desperation. But she stayed where she was. "Are you going to kill me, Megan?" "Only if you make me." "I could never make you do anything." He sighed. "Can you pass me a cigarette? I'm worried that if I reach for one myself, I might lose a finger or two. I might end up smoking my own thumb, like a little cigar." She took one out of the packet and threw it towards him. He picked it up and lit it carefully. "Well," he said, "you've been looking for an argument all afternoon, but I pictured something more civilized than this. What's the idea?" Megan spoke with the confidence of someone who's outsmarted their enemy. "You're trying to act calm, Henry, but your hands are shaking." "Maybe I'm cold. Is it me, or is the Spanish summer a little nippy this year?" "And yet the sweat is pouring off you." "What do you expect? You've got a knife to my face." "It's a small knife. You're a big man, and it's nowhere near your face. You're shaking because you're worried about being found out, not because you think I'll hurt you." "What are you implying?" "Well, here are the facts. There are 5 rooms upstairs. They all have bars on the windows, thick black bars, the kind they have in cartoons. 2 of the rooms have doors leading to balconies, and both of those were locked. The windows, too. You checked them yourself just now. There's only one staircase leading up to the top floor, this one right here. Does that all sound about right?" He nodded. "Then whoever murdered Bunny must have gone up that staircase." She pointed at the shadowed hinge of the stairs, where they turned and briefly lost all their light. "And come back down by it. And you've been sitting here at the bottom ever since we got back from lunch." He shrugged. "So what? You're not suggesting I had anything to do with this?" "That's exactly what I'm suggesting. Either you saw the killer going up that staircase, or you went up there yourself, which makes you either a murderer or an accomplice. And I don't think you've been here long enough to have made any friends." He closed his eyes and concentrated on her words. "That's nonsense. Somebody could have crept by me. I was hardly paying attention." "Someone crept past you in a silent white room. Which was it, Henry? A mouse or a ballet dancer?" "Then you really think I killed him?" Her whole argument clicked into place, and he stood up in protest. "But Megan, there's one thing you've failed to mention. I may have been sitting here since lunchtime, minding my own digestion, but you've damn well been sitting here with me." She tilted her head to one side. "That's true. Mostly. But I can think of at least 3 times I've stepped outside for some fresh air. I wonder if that's why you've been smoking so much, to drive me out. I don't know how long it takes to plunge a knife into someone's back, but I'd imagine it can be done pretty quickly. Washing your hands afterwards probably takes up the bulk of it. Henry sat back down. My God! He struggled to get comfortable. You're actually serious, aren't you? We've just found our friend lying dead upstairs, and you're really suggesting that I did it? Based on what? The fact that I've been sitting near a staircase, when we've known each other for almost 10 years. People change. Well, that's true. These days, I think Shakespeare is overrated and I don't go to church anymore, but I hope someone would have told me if I'd left the house without my sense of morality. Don't take it so personally. I'm just connecting the dots. You've been here the whole time, haven't you? Don't take it personally. He shook his head in disbelief. Haven't you ever read a detective story, Megan? There's a million ways it could have been done. Maybe there's a secret passage leading upstairs. This is reality, Henry. In real life, if there's only one person with motive and opportunity, then they're usually guilty. Motive? And what exactly is my motive supposed to be? Why did Bunny ask us here? I don't know. I think you do. After 5 years of silence, he sends both of us a letter inviting us to his house in Spain, and both of us come running. Why? Because he was planning to blackmail us. You must have known that. Blackmail us? Over what happened in Oxford? Henry waved away the idea. It was Bunny that was driving the car. We weren't exactly innocent, though, were we? That's nonsense. I came because he told me that you'd be here, and he said that you wanted to see me. There was nothing about blackmail. Do you have his letter with you? No. Then we only have your word for it. He stared vacantly at the floor. I still love you, Megan. That's why I came. Bunny knew exactly what to say to get me here. I can't believe you'd think I could do something like this. She was unmoved. I wish I could live in your world, Henry. You're probably picturing us breaking into song any second now. I'm just telling you how I feel. And like I said, I'm just joining the dots. Except. What? She looked at him suspiciously. The knife twitched in her hand. Except what, Henry? He stood up again, one hand on his head and the other pressed against the solid white wall. Then he began to pace back and forth. Don't worry, I'll keep my distance. She tensed. The tip of the knife followed his movements. What if, when you went outside for a few minutes of fresh air, I left too? I could have done. You wouldn't have known about it if I had, and then the killer could have struck. And did you? Yes, he said, sitting back down. I went to get a book from my bedroom. That's when the killer must have got by me. You're lying. I'm not. Yes, you are. You'd have mentioned this sooner if it was true. I forgot about it, that's all. Henry, stop it. She took a step towards him. I'm not interested in being lied to. He held out his hand. It wasn't shaking. Well, look at that. I'm telling the truth. She kicked the leg of his chair, and his hand became a claw as he steadied himself against the armrest. This conversation has gone on long enough. I just want to know what you plan to do next. Well, there's no telephone here, so I was going to run down to the village and fetch the police and a doctor. But if you're planning to tell them I'm guilty, that makes it rather difficult for me, doesn't it? We can worry about the police later. Right now, I just want to make sure that if I put this knife down, I don't end up lying on the bed next to Bunny. Why did you kill him? I didn't. Then who did? A stranger must have broken in and killed him. For what reason? How would I know? She sat down. Look, I'll help you out here, Henry. It's not inconceivable to me that you had some justification for doing this. Bunny could be cruel, we both know that, and reckless. I might even be able to forgive you for it, in time. But if you want me to lie for you, then you should stop testing my patience. Why now, and why like this? Megan, this is madness. Henry closed his eyes. The heat was unbearable, with all the doors and windows closed. He felt that they were two specimens suspended in oil, being studied by someone. Then you're still protesting your innocence? Christ, we've been through this, Henry. You've been tried and convicted by the jury of 12 potted plants lining the hallway. You were here the whole time. What else is there to say? He buried his head in his hands. Just give me a moment to think. His lips moved silently as he went back over her accusations. You've given me a damn headache. Absurdly, he reached down and took the guitar from the floor beside him. He began to pluck at its 5 remaining strings. Could they have been hiding upstairs when we came back from lunch? His forehead was dripping with sweat. There's no way they could have left. Unless it was right when we got back. In fact, I think I've got it. He was on his feet again. I think I now know what happened, Megan. She tilted her head up towards him, an inverted nod of encouragement. Megan, you little spider, he said. You little conniving snake. It was you that killed him. Megan looked distinctly unimpressed. Don't be ridiculous. I can see you put some thought into it. Here we are, 2 suspects with the same opportunity and a motive broad enough to cover both of us, so that all you have to do is deny everything and it all gets blamed on me. That way it comes down to which of us is the better actor, and we both know the answer to that. As I pointed out, Henry, you've been sitting here all afternoon guarding your kill, so how could I have done it? There's no need to frame me, to fake evidence. Not when you can just deny everything until your throat dries up. That was your plan the whole time, wasn't it? When the police arrive, they'll find 2 foreigners here and a dead body. One of them will be me, flustered and incoherent, trying to argue that someone might have crawled upside down along the ceiling to get up that staircase without being seen, and the other one will be you, perfectly in control, denying everything. The English rose against the brutish male. We both know who they'll believe, and how can I convince them otherwise? I can't even order a coffee in this damn country. That's your theory, is it? Then how did I sneak past you, Henry? Did I crawl along the ceiling like you suggest, or have you come up with something more convincing in the last 20 seconds? I don't need to. It's the wrong question. He stood up and walked over to the window, no longer afraid of her. It's true that the top floor of this house is locked up tight, and that staircase is the only entrance to it. And it's true that I've been sitting here all afternoon, since lunch, since Bunny went up to his bedroom. I haven't even used the toilet. But it's also true that when we first got back and I was hot and dirty from the road, I went to wash. And I left you sitting here all alone, right here. And when I returned, you hadn't moved. It took me about 9 or 10 minutes to wash my face, neck, and hands. It was so brief I'd almost forgotten about it. But then how long can it take to plunge a knife into someone's back? That was hours ago. 3 hours ago. And how long do you think he's been dead? There's blood all along the corridor. We'd just come inside. He'd only just gone upstairs. He wouldn't have even been asleep by then. No, but he was drunk enough that it wouldn't have mattered. Once he was face down on the mattress, he was totally defenceless. "So that's it, is it? You're accusing me of killing him?" Henry smiled, proud of his logic. "That's right, I am." "You pathetic, gloating fool. He's dead, and you want to play games about it. I know it was you. Why are you doing this?" "I could ask you the same thing." Megan paused and thought the matter through. The hand holding the knife relaxed. Henry was looking out of the window now, a halo of red hills visible through the smeared glass. He was taunting her with his lack of fear. It was a way of asserting his authority. "I see what you're doing," she said. "I see it quite clearly now. It's a matter of reputation, isn't it? I'm an actor. A scandal like this would ruin me. As long as there's the slightest fragment of doubt, my reputation will be shot. You think I have more to lose than you, so I'll have to cooperate." He swung around, sun-tanned by the bright daylight at his back. "You think this is about your professional reputation. Not everything is about your career, Megan." She bit her lower lip. "No, I don't suppose you would admit it, would you? First you'll show me just how stubborn you're willing to be. And then what? When you've convinced me that I can't win, that my career will be ruined if I don't cooperate, you'll make your proposal. You'll come up with some kind of story and ask me to corroborate it. If that's really what this is about, you'd be better off just telling me the truth." He sighed and shook his head. "I don't know why you keep saying all these things. I've explained the circumstances of the crime, but even the best detective can't do anything in the face of outright denial. I could pull my hair out, that's all, but I don't think baldness would suit me." She stared at him. Neither of them said anything for about a minute. Eventually she placed the knife on the table beside her and spun the tip of it away from him. "Fine," she said. "Pick up your guitar and keep playing. I'm accusing you and you're accusing me. That's obviously the situation we're in. But if you think that I'm the kind of woman that will crack and be convinced the sky is green just because a man says so, then you've underestimated me. And if you think you can just put your foot down and flutter your eyelashes and I'll sing like a bird, then you've overestimated your powers." "Oh," Megan blinked. "But I thought you still loved me." Henry sat down in the chair opposite hers. "I do. That's what makes this so maddening. I'll forgive you for everything, if you'll just admit that you killed him." "Then let's talk about something we've never talked about before." She picked up the knife again. Real fear showed in his eyes for a moment. "You have a violent side, Henry. I've seen you drunk. I've seen you starting fights with strangers because you didn't like the way they were looking at me. I've seen you shouting and screaming and smashing glasses. Are you going to deny all of that too?" He stared at the floor. "No. But that was a long time ago." "And did you ever see me behaving like that?" "Maybe not. But you can be cruel." "A sharp tongue never killed anybody." He shrugged. "So I have a short temper. Is that why you wouldn't marry me?" "Not entirely, but it didn't help." "I was drinking a lot in those days." "You were drinking a lot at lunch." "Not a lot. Not like back then." "It was enough, clearly." Henry sighed. "If I'd wanted to kill Bunny, I'd have done it in a better way than this." "Henry, I know it was you. We both know it was you. What are you trying to convince me of exactly? That I'm going mad?" "I could say the same thing, couldn't I?" "No, you couldn't." She picked up the small knife and stabbed it into the arm of her chair. It went straight through the upholstery and stuck in the wood. Bunny is upstairs, dripping like a tap, and we're just sitting here arguing. What are the police going to think when they found out how we've spent the afternoon? This is like a bad dream. Megan rolled her eyes. Another cheap metaphor. Well, if this is the way we're spending the afternoon, I'd like to have a drink in my hand. Would you care to join me? You're sick, she said, and he poured himself a whiskey. Half an hour later, nothing had changed. They'd gone over the situation several times and come to no conclusion. Henry had finished his drink. He was holding the empty glass up in front of his eyes, looking through it at the squashed and hollow room, moving his hand from side to side. Megan watched him, wondering how he could be so easily distracted. Henry looked over at her. I'll have one more and then I'm done. Would you care to join me? The doors and windows were still shut, and the room was stifling. It was as if they'd agreed to inflict it on themselves as a punishment. She nodded. I'll have a drink with you. He grunted and walked over to the cabinet. He filled 2 large glasses from the tall decanter of whiskey. It was warm, of course. He took one in his hand, swirled it rhythmically, and passed the other to her. Her eyes widened at the size of it, 2/3 full. One last drink, he said. We need to discuss what to do next, said Megan, assuming neither of us is going to confess. Do we need to involve the police at all? Nobody knows we're here. Maybe we can just leave in the night. Henry sipped his drink in silence. They sat like that for several minutes, Megan shielding her glass with her hand. When she finally lifted it to her mouth, she paused before putting it to her lips. How do I know this isn't poisoned? We can swap glasses, he said. She shrugged. The conversation didn't seem worth the exertion. She took a tiny sip. Tastes fine, she said. He was staring at her in silence, in a way that made her uncomfortable. On the other hand, for the avoidance of doubt... He sighed and handed her his glass. She took it and gave him hers. He sat back in his chair, exhausted, and raised his glass. To Bunny. To Bunny, then. The whiskey was as orange and fiery as the impending sunset. Henry lifted the guitar again and picked out the same clumsy tune as before. We're back where we started, he sighed. Like I said, we need to discuss what happens next. You want me to say we can just run away together and pretend we were never here? Like last time. That was your plan all along, was it? Why are you doing this to me? Megan put down her glass and shook her head. Is it because I called off our engagement? But that was so long ago. Sipping from his drink had become Henry's primary means of punctuating the conversation, but in response to this, he put the time in and lit a cigarette. I'll say it again, Megan. I do still love you. That's nice to know. She looked at him expectantly. Are you feeling dizzy yet, Henry? At first he was puzzled. Then he glanced at his glass. He'd drained it all the way to the bottom, except for the final half-inch. He reached for it and found that his left arm was almost asleep. His shapeless, clumsy hand knocked the glass to the floor where it smashed, a brown circle on the white tiles. He looked back at her. What did you do? The cigarette fell from his mouth and into the body of the guitar, leaving a spiral of smoke creeping up between the strings. Her face showed no emotion, just a hint of concern.
Megan!
He tumbled forward off the chair, half of his body frozen. The guitar bounced to one side. He lay face down on the white floor, shaking without rhythm. Saliva pooled on the tile in front of his chin. That's the thing about lying, Henry. She stood up and towered over him. Once you start, you can't stop. You have to follow it where it takes you. Chapter 2. The First Conversation. Julia Hart had been reading aloud for almost an hour, and her throat felt like it was full of stones. That's the thing about lying, Henry. She stood up and towered over him. Once you start, you can't stop. You have to follow it where it takes you. Grant McAllister was sitting beside her, listening intently. He was the author of the story she'd just read out. He'd written it more than 25 years earlier.
Well,
he said, when he realized she had finished.
What do you think of that one?
She lowered the manuscript, angling her notes away from him. I like it. I was firmly on Megan's side until that last paragraph. He caught the dryness in her voice and got to his feet.
Would you like another glass of water?
She nodded gratefully.
I'm sorry, he said. You're the first guest I've had in a very long time.
His cottage was at the top of a short, sandy slope that led up from the beach. They'd been sitting on wooden chairs under its wide porch for the last hour or so, while she'd read the story out loud to him. He left her there now and disappeared inside. A cool breeze was coming from the sea, but the heat of the sun was overwhelming. She'd had to walk from her hotel to his cottage that morning, 15 minutes in the metallic Mediterranean heat, and she could feel that her forehead was already slightly burnt.
Here.
Grant came back with a rough earthenware jug and placed it on the table between them. She filled her glass and drank. Thank you, I needed that. He sat down again.
You were saying, I think, that you expected Megan to be innocent.
Not quite. She swallowed another mouthful of water and shook her head. Just that I felt sympathetic towards her. I've met enough men like Henry, fragile and full of self-pity. Grant nodded and tapped a few times on the arm of his chair.
Megan has her own failings, don't you think?
Oh, yes, Julia smiled. She killed him, didn't she?
She strikes me as...
He chose his words carefully.
Untrustworthy in nature. She was suspicious from the start.
Julia shrugged. We don't know what happened to them both in Oxford. She took out her notebook and placed it on her knee, holding a pen in her other hand. When did you last read that story?
Before I lived here. As you know, I no longer have a copy of the book.
Grant shook his head slowly.
20 years ago, probably. That makes me feel very old.
He poured himself a small glass of water. It was the first thing she'd seen him drink all morning. There was a pale wooden dinghy lying upside down on the beach below them. It looked like the abandoned cocoon of a giant insect. Maybe he crawled out of that, she thought, smiling to herself. An alien creature immune to the heat and the need to eat and drink.
So, what happens next? He asked. I'm afraid I've never edited a book before. Will we go through it line by line?
That would take a long time. She flicked through the manuscript. There's not much I want to change. A few places where the phrasing could be more economical, perhaps.
Of course. He pushed his hat back and wiped his forehead with a handkerchief.
I did notice some inconsistencies in the description of the house, but I assumed they were intentional. He stopped for a moment, and then hung the handkerchief from the arm of his chair to dry in the breeze.
What kind of things do you mean?
Nothing serious, said Julia, but the layout of the rooms, for example. She looked at him. He gestured for her to proceed, swirling his hand in a circle. The room where the body is found is described as having its window on the shaded side of the house, but the knife is described as casting a shadow. Grant stared at her blankly, tilting his head to one side. So is the sun shining through the window, or is it in the shade? He raised his chin to indicate comprehension and breathed in.
That's interesting. It's possible that I made a mistake.
And the hallways on the upper and lower floors seem to extend in different directions. At one point, we see Henry sitting on a chair with the stairs to his left and a corridor extending away from him in the direction he's facing, while the staircase turns once again to its left, and then the upstairs corridor leads on from that. So does the upper floor actually fit on top of the lower floor? His eyes flickered from side to side as he pictured the villa in his mind. She went on. Then there's the sun. It seems to be setting, although the story takes place in summer, in the few hours after lunch. He laughed softly to himself. You're an extremely observant reader. I'm a terrible perfectionist, I'm afraid.
But you think these mistakes were intentional?
I apologize if they weren't. She seemed slightly embarrassed and shuffled in her chair. It's just that a lot of those details seemed extraneous. It's as if they were put there on purpose, purely to introduce these inconsistencies. He wiped his forehead again.
I'm very impressed, Julia.
He touched the back of her hand with his palm.
And you're quite right. I used to add inconsistencies to my stories to see if I could sneak them past the reader unnoticed. It was a game I used to play, a petulant habit. I'm impressed that you spotted it.
Thank you, she said, slightly unsure of herself. She was quiet for a moment as she checked her notes. I'd thought perhaps that the story was supposed to be a depiction of Henry in hell, with the repeated references to heat and the red landscape. Is that not correct?
It's an interesting theory. Grant hesitated. What gave you that impression?
Julia ran her finger over a list that she'd made in the top corner of the page. Swedenborg describes hell as a place that doesn't obey the usual rules of space and time. That could explain the spatial impossibilities and the weird chronology. When Megan's face appears at the window, she is described as having a demonic glow. And in the first line she speaks in the story, she says quite clearly, it's hell. There's even a quote from Milton when Henry is searching the house. Grant parted his hands in a gesture of capitulation.
Again, that is very well observed. You're probably right. I suppose the idea must have been at the back of my mind when I wrote it, but it was so long ago I can't be certain.
Well, she shifted the subject slightly. If we treat all those discrepancies as intentional, then there's not much I'd like to change about the story itself. He took off his white hat and twirled it in his hands.
Then let me explain how it relates to my mathematical work. That's the main reason you're here, isn't it?
It would be very helpful, said Julia. Grant sat back with a fingertip held to his chin and thought about the best way to start.
All of these stories, he said, derive from a research paper that I wrote in 1937, examining the mathematical structure of murder mysteries. I called it The Permutations of Detective Fiction. It was published in a small journal, Mathematical Recreations. The response was positive, though it was a fairly modest piece of work. But murder mysteries were very popular at the time. Yes, said Julia, that would have been the golden age of detective fiction, as it's now known. And you were a professor of mathematics then, at the University of Edinburgh? That's correct. He smiled at her. The aim of that research paper was to give a mathematical definition of a murder mystery. I think it succeeded, broadly speaking. But how? She asked. How do you use mathematics to define a concept from literature? That's a reasonable question. Let me state it slightly differently. In that paper, I defined a mathematical object, which I called a murder mystery, in the hope that its structural properties would accurately reflect the structure of murder mystery stories. That definition then allowed me to determine the limits of murder mysteries mathematically and apply those findings back to literature. So we can say, for example, that a murder mystery has to meet a number of requirements to be considered valid according to the definition, and then we can apply that same conclusion to the actual stories. Does that make sense? I think so, she said. Then it's almost like one of those lists of rules for writing detective fiction, which various people have come up with. Yes, there is some overlap. But another thing we can do with our definition is to work out every single structure that would count as a valid murder mystery. So I was able to list all of the possible structural variations, which you can't do with a series of rules or commandments. And those are the so-called permutations of detective fiction. Precisely, which became the title of the paper. In addition to being published as a research paper, the Permutations of Detective Fiction had formed the appendix to a book that Grant had written comprising 7 murder mystery stories. He'd called it The White Murders and had published it privately in the early 1940s with a print run of fewer than 100 copies. Julia had contacted him on behalf of a small publishing house called Blood Type Books. She'd written to him, explaining that she worked as an editor at Blood Type, and that her employer, a man called Victor Leonidas, had recently discovered an old copy of The White Murders in a box of second-hand books, and was determined to publish it for a wider audience. After some correspondence by post, Julia had set out to meet the elusive author. A man in late middle age now, living in solitude on a small Mediterranean island, to tie up the loose ends and prepare the book for publication. One thing that she and Grant had agreed on was that instead of including the research paper as an appendix, Julia should write an introduction to the 7 stories that would serve the same purpose, covering the same ideas, but in a more accessible format. There must be an awful lot of these permutations, though. Strictly speaking, there are infinitely many. But they divide into a small number of archetypes. In fact, the main structural variations can be counted on 2 hands. The stories were written to illustrate these major variations, including the one we've just read. Can you explain how? Yes, said Grant. I think so. The mathematical definition is simple. Disappointingly simple, I'm afraid. Effectively, it just states the 4 ingredients that comprise a murder mystery, with a few conditions applying to each one. 4 ingredients. Julia wrote this down. They are necessary and sufficient so that anything having them is a murder mystery, and every murder mystery must have them. We should look at each one in turn.
That sounds reasonable.
Well, Grant leaned towards her. The first ingredient is a group of suspects. The characters that may or may not have been responsible for the killing. A murder mystery will rarely have more than 20 suspects, but we don't set any upper limit on the number allowed. If you can have a murder mystery with 500 suspects, then you can have a murder mystery with 501. The same argument doesn't apply to the lower limit. There, at the very least, negative numbers are impossible. So, let me ask, if you were tasked with distilling the murder mystery down to its basic features, what is the minimum number of suspects you'd require to make the whole thing work?
Julia thought about the question. It's tempting to say 4 or 5, because it's hard to imagine many detective novels working with fewer than that, but I expect you'll tell me the answer is 2.
That's right. If you have 2 suspects, and the reader doesn't know which one of them is the murderer, then you have a murder mystery. 2 suspects can give you the same essential structure as any other number.
It's a bit limiting, perhaps, in terms of characters and setting.
But as we've just seen, it's not impossible. So the first ingredient is a group of at least 2 suspects. And while usually there are 3 or more, there's something special about the murder mystery with exactly 2.
Julia was making notes. Grant waited for her to catch up. The sweat from her palm left a print on the page, veined with red pen. "Go on," she said.
"It's a matter of simple logic. If there are only 2 suspects, then both of them know who the killer is. That stops being true when there are 3 or more. Then only the killer can know for certain. But with 2 suspects, the innocent party can work it out by a simple process of elimination. I know I'm not guilty, so the other suspect must be. And then it's only the reader that doesn't know the truth. That's why I consider the 2-suspect murder mystery to be significant."
"And that's why you wrote this story?"
"Both Henry and Meghan know which one of them is guilty, and we know that both of them must know, but they're still both denying it. The idea amused me."
Julia nodded and wrote this down. It seemed simple enough. "That's very helpful. Thank you." She stopped to take another drink, then turned to a new page. "I'd like to include some biographical information in the introduction too, just a few sentences about you, where you were born, that sort of thing. Does that sound all right?"
Grant looked uncomfortable. "Isn't that rather self-indulgent?"
"Not really. We do it with all of our authors. Just an interesting fact or two. Your readers will want to know who you are."
"I see," said Grant.
He was leaning forward in his chair, fanning himself with his hat. He looked down at his twitching hand as if it was something unknown to him, and the movement ceased.
"I'm not sure there's anything interesting I can tell you. I've lived a very simple life."
Julia cleared her throat.
"Grant," she lowered her notebook and pen, "you used to be a professor of mathematics. Out of nowhere, you produced a single volume of murder mysteries, but you never published anything else. Now you live alone on an island thousands of miles from where you were born in almost total seclusion. To most people, that sounds terribly exciting. There must be some kind of story behind it." He waited a moment before replying. "Not really. Only the war. I served in North Africa. I found it hard to go back to a normal life after that. But that's not uncommon for a man of my age. I had no commitments, so I came to live here."
Julia made a note of this. Forgive me for getting personal, but when Victor asked me to track you down, I wrote to the Department of Mathematics in Edinburgh. I spoke to one of your colleagues there, Professor Daniels. He remembered you. He told me you were married once. Grant winced. Yes, that's right. It was a long time ago. And that you left for this island in something of a hurry. There must be a reason you chose to come here. It's beautiful, but it's a strange place to end up. He looked away from her towards the sea. I wanted to be a long way from my previous life. That's all. But why? Did something happen? I'd rather not explain my reasons. Not in print. We don't have to include this in the introduction if it's too personal, but I can't help you make that judgment unless you tell me the truth. Grant's expression was stern. I didn't ask for your help. All right, then. Julia allowed the moment to pass. Perhaps I can describe you as a misunderstood artist, living apart from the world. That always sounds suitably romantic. Grant nodded, a little embarrassed at his incivility. I live alone on an island, where my hobbies are mathematics and fishing. Thank you. That's very useful. Julia closed her notebook. I tried to get in touch with your wife, but I couldn't locate her. It didn't matter in the end, of course. The professor had an address for you here on this island. 20 years out of date, but my letter still reached you. And you have no other family? He began to fan himself with his hat again. Forgive me, but I'm feeling rather tired. That was a more engaging conversation than I'd expected. Please, may we take a break? Julia smiled. They had plenty of time. Of course, she said. And he put the hat back on his head. Chapter 3. Death at the Seaside. Mr. Winston Brown was sitting on a green bench in a shabby charcoal suit, staring dreamily at the sea. His gloved hands were resting on the head of a wooden cane just below his chin, and a worn black bowler hat was perched above the thinning crescent of hair on his head. While his face was almost a perfect pink circle, a face drawn by children, the rest of his body seemed to be built solidly and exclusively out of dark grey rectangles. A woman sat down beside him, placing a heavy bag of groceries on the pavement. A tenacious gull turned its head and began to waddle towards the two of them, but a sharp tap from Mr. Brown's cane sent it running in the other direction. He turned to his companion. I've always said that seagulls and squirrels are the highwaymen of the animal kingdom. Something about their eyes. The woman next to him nodded, warily. She hadn't sat down to make conversation. Tell me, Mr. Brown continued, smiling at her in his childlike way. Do you live in this delightful place? They were in the picturesque town of Evesham on the south coast, which had a small harbour and a handful of houses laid out around a circular bay like a wreath. It was early in the morning, and the sun had just risen above the water. Yes, she said briefly. I've lived here all my life. He took off his hat and balanced it on his knee. Then perhaps you can tell me something about the murder that happened here. A week ago, wasn't it? Her lips parted automatically, and she leaned forward. Mr. Brown recognised in her a fellow collector of gossip. 4 days ago. She spoke in an exaggerated whisper, which was no quieter than her normal voice. It was in all the papers. A young man pushed a woman from the cliffs. He claims it was an accident, of course, but he's lying. His name is Gordon Foyle.
and he lives in that last white house on the left there."
She gestured towards the distant end of the town, where the buildings thinned out rapidly as the coast separated into a scrawny, slim beach and the steep cliffside rising above it, where a bulbous white house stood as the last visible dwelling of the town, near the top of the hill. Mr. Brown lifted his cane with one arm and used it to point malevolently across the bay. Like a lightning rod, it seemed to introduce the suggestion of a storm into the picture.
"That house there? Why, it wouldn't hurt a fly." "That house there is Whitestone House, where he's lived his whole life. Not that anyone around here really knows him. He keeps himself to himself mostly." "How extraordinary." Mr. Brown tapped his round glasses up to the top of his nose. "And you think he's guilty?" She looked around to make sure they weren't being overheard. "Everybody does. The victim was well known in this town, Mrs. Vanessa Allen. She knew those cliffs like the back of her hand. It's inconceivable that she could have fallen unless she was pushed." "They knew each other, then? The victim and the suspect?" "They were neighbours of sorts. She lived in the next house along the cliff, which you can't see from here. There's a footpath that passes by his house and runs along the top of the cliffs until it reaches a bright yellow cottage, a 5-minute walk away. That's where she lived with her daughter, Jennifer." "And what was his motive?" "That's simple," said the woman, who had forgotten her initial reticence and was now speaking freely. "He wants to marry Jennifer, but Mrs. Allen never liked him and she was set against it. So he wanted her out of the way, that's all. 4 days ago they were both walking along that path. Mrs. Allen was coming to town and he was heading in the other direction. As they passed each other, he saw his opportunity and pushed her to her death, then claimed she slipped. It's the perfect crime when you think about it. There was no one else watching except for the sea."
Mr. Brown smiled at her confidence and leaned back, seemingly satisfied with the sordid nature of her tale, then tapped his cane twice against the ground as punctuation.
"In even the most innocent scenes there is darkness to be found at the corners," he said, "from the way the light falls on the frame."
She nodded.
"And there is his house at the corner of the town, where he waited like a spider pinned to his white web. But spiders are often harmless creatures, no matter how sinister they might appear. Maybe the young man is simply misunderstood." "Nonsense," she muttered, suddenly quite indignant. "Then you're certain it couldn't have been an accident?"
The woman shrugged. "There aren't a lot of accidents in this town." Mr. Brown stood up and tipped his hat to her after putting it back on his head. She gasped. He'd seemed so small sitting down, but in fact he was over 6 feet tall. "My dear, that was a most interesting discussion. Let's hope the matter is laid to rest soon. Have a wonderful day." And he walked off towards the white house on the hill. In fact, Mr. Brown had found Gordon Foyle quite pleasant and sympathetic when they'd sat down together the day before at a small table in a cell of the local police station. The young man had looked at him with pleading blue eyes. "They're going to hang me." Between them was a piece of paper and a pencil. Gordon Foyle's movements were slow and ponderous, partly due to his nature, and partly because his hands were chained to the table. He straightened the paper and started to draw. "I'm frightened."
"Why do you think they'll hang you?"
Gordon continued to sketch as he talked. "Oh, because I keep myself to myself, though that makes it sound like a selfish thing to do. It's not really.
I've just never been very good at making friends. Nevertheless, they'll need some evidence.
Will they? An uncomfortable silence filled the room. Mr. Brown chose his words carefully.
If you're innocent, there is reason to be hopeful.
Gordon waved his right hand dismissively. There was a cascade of metal as the chain fell from the table.
There was actually a witness, you know.
The young man was looking directly at Mr. Brown now. He turned the piece of paper around. He'd drawn a yacht floating on the straight line of the sea.
A boat, about 200 yards out in the bay. It was painted red. That's what it looked like. It was too far away for me to get the name, but if you can find whoever was on that boat, they would have been able to see everything.
Mr. Brown closed his eyes as if he were breaking bad news.
But only if they were looking. Please, Mr. Brown, you have to try.
There's only one unusual thing about this crime, and that's the unflinching ruthlessness with which it was carried out. A quiet young man kills the mother of the woman he loves, and all it takes is a gentle push.
After his visit to the police station, Mr. Brown had been met by his old friend, Inspector Wilde. They were discussing the case over sherry at the bar of Mr. Brown's hotel.
We have no real evidence, the inspector continued. But what evidence could we possibly have? It's the perfect crime, in that sense, with no witnesses except for the birds.
If it leaves him as the only suspect, I would say it's rather imperfect, wouldn't you? How can the poor man ever prove his innocence? People have been hanged on less evidence than this, and you can't tell me that's not a possibility here.
Inspector Wilde brought finger and thumb together along the length of his pointed beard and cocked his head back. He let out a long sigh.
I damn well hope it is. I think he's as guilty as a louse.
Mr. Brown lifted his glass.
Well, then, here's to the inquisitive, open minds of our police detectives.
Inspector Wilde narrowed his bright green eyes.
I would be glad to be proved wrong.
And he finished off his drink. They ordered food, and the hotelier brought them some disappointing sandwiches, tinted pink by the red lamp behind Inspector Wilde's head.
Then he lives alone?
Asked Mr. Brown.
Our friend, Gordon Foyle. It's rather a tragic case, really. You can see how he'd get out of line. Both his parents died 7 years ago when he was 18 in some kind of motoring accident. But they left him the house and enough to get by, so he's come out of it all right. I don't believe he's done a day's work in his life. But he must have help. Yes, a lady comes up from the town every day. He says he likes it that way, rather than having someone living in. But the whole thing happened before she was due, so instead we knew about his movements from a local woman named Epstein.
I see, said Mr. Brown. And where can I find her? Whitestone House sat in its surroundings, a neat green lawn, and beyond that a brownish expanse of heather and gorse, like an egg snug in a nest. At present there were no signs of life, and each of the dim windows showed only a dusty white leg of curtain running seductively down the side of the frame. All of the rooms inside were dark. Mr. Brown knocked his hat back with the head of his cane and took in the whole scene at a glance.
An empty page, he muttered to himself.
He carried on walking and came to a wooden bench just beyond the house, before the start of the footpath. It had a charming view of both the sea and the town. A woman was sitting on it, facing away from him. He could see only the deep red shawl covering her back and a sweep of long white hair hanging down from her head. 2 bruised orange butterflies hovered around her shoulders. Mr. Brown approached her and removed his hat. "What a wonderful view." She hummed and turned her head towards him. "You're with the police, aren't you?" "I can always tell." "Actually, I'm afraid I'm not." She nodded. "Then you're a journalist?" "I'm conducting my own inquiries on a private basis." A small, fluffy brown dog was running around her feet. "The police all think he's guilty, and so do the newspapers. But I've always liked him. The people around here are rather judgmental when it comes to outsiders. Where do you stand on the matter?" "Only where you see me, Mrs. Epstein." She blinked at him, her smile unbroken. "How do you know my name?" "It's written on the diary poking out of your bag." "You're very observant." "I should hope so," he said. "That's why I'm here." "I understand you were present on the day Mrs. Allen died." "I'm here every day, from 9 to past. I sit here from one strike of the church clock to the next. Jacob gets upset if we don't follow our routine to the minute." She reached a hand down and placed it defensively on the dog's back, as if she was testing a radiator to see if it was warm. "And what can you tell me about that day?" "I'll tell you what I told the police. There was a strong wind that morning. Gordon left the house and set out along the path at about 10 minutes past 9. He came running back in this direction 3 or 4 minutes later, shouting something about an accident. I don't remember his exact words, but he was awfully upset. I followed him inside and we rang for the police and a doctor." "And you heard nothing during the few minutes he was gone?" "Nothing at all. The poor boy was in a terrible state." "Thank you," said Mr. Brown. He had no further questions. He checked the time. It was 5 minutes past 9. "I do hope you have a lovely day." She watched him walk off. "Be careful," she called out, pointing to the ground. He'd already seen it. 3 telltale fingers of dog feces lying on the grass, like the rotting hand of a corpse rising from its grave. "Of course," he said, and stepped around it. To enter the path, Mr. Brown had to go through a little wooden gate, padlocked shut. There was a battered sign tied to the middle of it. "This path is closed for reasons of public safety." "Well," he said to himself, "I imagine the police would consider me an exception." And he climbed over it without difficulty. The path formed a thin line between 2 impassable types of nature. On the left was a thick verge of sharp gorse and soft heather, yellow and purple flowers playing out a kind of puppet show of good and evil, their heads bobbing in the gentle breeze, that led to the edge of the cliffs and the sheer drop beyond, where the polished ocean seemed to wink in the sunlight. And on the right was a steep rise leading up 5 yards or so to the brow of a hill, which was itself crowded with vegetation and covered sporadically with trees. Mr. Brown was unable to see the cliff face to his left, but he could see its twin 100 yards ahead of him where the path turned out towards the sea. There, the broad expanse of white stone was dappled with grey and stained almost red in places, leading down to a tuberous growth of furious black rocks. An unpleasant place to land, he thought. He'd asked Wilde about the state of Mrs. Allen's body. Her neck had been broken and her eyes were bloated and black. A chunk of flesh on her right arm had been gouged out, and 4 ribs on that side had been crushed by the impact with a rock, presumably one below the surface, as they'd found no traces of blood on anything. They'd had to row along the cliff in a small wooden boat and fish her body out with an oar and a net.
In Foyle's defence, Inspector Wilde had said, we might never have found her if he hadn't raised the alarm so quickly. But then to do otherwise would have made him look guilty, wouldn't it?
Mr. Brown followed the path at a very careful pace. The brush-covered verge and the shadowed slope were littered with oddments, handbills, cigarette ends, various food wrappers, but he was unable to find anything incriminating among the mute pieces of illegible litter, and the ground wasn't soft enough for footprints. Nonetheless, he stopped every few yards and examined the path carefully on both sides, using the head of his cane to raise and lower the brim of his hat as he turned between the silent shade of the slope and the sudden loud blue of the sea. After a couple of minutes, he came to a small dark stone of irregular shape, sitting in the middle of the path. He stooped down to look at it, then shook his head. It was an uncharacteristically dry piece of canine excrement. He flicked it into the sea with the tip of his cane and watched it fall to its death. Then turned back to look for Mrs. Epstein, wondering if her dog had been on the path at the time of the incident. That's when he realised how severely and yet imperceptibly the path had been twisting and turning since he'd clambered over the gate. Whitestone House had vanished from view, and so had Mrs. Epstein. He could see nothing of any interest behind him or ahead. The path here was truly isolated. It was the perfect place to murder someone. And yet there was a witness, Gordon Foyle had said, that yacht out in the bay. I wonder, said Mr. Brown, squinting out to sea. 100 yards further along, he spotted a white shape swirled through the innards of a heather bush, almost glowing against the dark green background. It was hidden deep enough that he doubted anyone else would have seen it, but Mr. Brown's powers of observation were nearly supernatural, and he was justly famous for them. He poked his cane into the bush, and through patient, skillful manipulation, he managed to twist the white material around the end of it. Then he pulled it out. He extracted what turned out to be a white scarf coiled through the bush like a tapeworm. He ran the length of pale fabric through his gloved hands. It clearly belonged to a woman and had recently been worn. There was no blood on it, but there was a boot print at one end in the shape of a slender heel. Most illuminating, thought Mr. Brown. Vanessa Allen had been wearing a scarf when she died, according to her daughter, but they hadn't found it with the body. They'd assumed it was lost in the sea. He folded it into a small rectangle and put it in his pocket, then wiped his cane on the grass. It was Miss Jennifer Allen that had brought him into this affair. She'd called on him at his house in London 2 days after her mother's death. I hear you have a record of solving problems where the police have failed. Her eyes were still red from crying, but she seemed a very calm and level-headed young woman. Mr. Brown showed her through to the parlour. Oh, I've managed it once or twice. What can I help you with? She told him the facts of the case, including her own version of events. She'd been having breakfast at home that morning with a view over their front garden. She could see the footpath from there, and she watched her mother set out along it, struggling into the wind. And that's all I saw, until the doctor appeared, about half an hour later, to tell me the news. I am sorry, said Mr. Brown. This must be a very difficult time for you. She stared down at her shoes. Poor Gordon. The police are determined to hang him, of course. Mr. Brown nodded. And you're hoping I can prove his innocence? She reached up and wrapped her fist around the silver locket she was wearing. "I don't know what I'd do if they hanged him." After a few more steps, Mr. Brown stopped again. Here the heather on the left side of the path was visibly disturbed. Its normally resilient branches were trampled down and torn aside. "We found some signs of a struggle," so Inspector Wilde had told him. "He claims that she was ahead of him on the path. He saw her slip and fall and pushed through the heather to the cliff edge to see if she'd managed to save herself. But by that time she was just a splash and a smear of clothing on the rocks." Mr. Brown lifted one of the broken branches with his cane. The green incarnation of urgency. 30 yards beyond that, he reached the place where Gordon Foyle claimed the accident had happened. The cliff edge came right up to touch the path, the result of decades of erosion, leaving a crescent-shaped indentation in it, like a bite taken out of a biscuit. The path here was still a generous 3 feet wide, but if you weren't paying attention, you could easily fall. Maybe that's how it was done. Mr. Brown whistled to himself. Death by distraction. He took an absurd degree of care as he positioned himself next to the gap and leaned forward to look down. The sight of the sheer drop embraced him bodily, and he held tight to his cane to steady himself. Below him, the buttressing rocks extended only slightly into the sea, while around them the waves showed their white teeth. It was a picture of pure terror. He turned his back on it and continued on his way. The rest of the path was unremarkable. It soon broke from the erratic shoreline and cut straight across the land. There were trees and a multitude of bushes on both sides of the path now, forming a quiet, secluded corridor. The light was green here, even on such a bright blue day. After that, the path led further inland to twist around a row of pastel-coloured cottages that had originally been built for coastguards. The first of them, a pleasant yellow, had been the home of Mrs. Allen and her daughter. It was set back from the path in a garden overflowing with flowers, a stark contrast to the white walls and plain grass of young Gordon Foyle's house. The front door was a deep, dark red. Mr. Brown knocked on it twice. A young woman answered the door. She was rather small, with her hair tied back in a plait. She looked startled to see someone standing there. "Can I help you, sir?" She must be the maid, thought Mr. Brown. "I do indeed hope so. May I speak to Miss Allen?" She frowned and looked tentatively behind her. "I'm afraid Miss Jennifer's not in, sir." "That is unfortunate. Would it be worth me waiting for her to return?" "I'm sorry, sir. Miss Jennifer won't be home for a while." "Of course." Mr. Brown smiled at the shy young woman. He removed his gloves, took a folded map from an inside pocket and held it open before him. The thin paper rippled between his leathery hands. "I wonder, would it be terribly rude of me to ask to step inside and inspect my map in the hallway, out of the wind? Only I have a terrible memory for directions, and I would like to get my bearings." She breathed in sharply at the audacity of it, but stood to one side and nodded sheepishly. "Please, sir." He smiled as he passed through the doorway. Mr. Brown's shoes were slightly muddy, and he stepped carefully from the doormat onto a half-page of newspaper which had been placed in the corner of the hallway next to a grubby pair of Wellington boots. He stood in that pose for half a minute, with his tough, blunt thumb following the ancient line of the coast as he pretended to study the route. "Ah, yes," he said. "I see where I am now. Thank you. I shall be on my way then." There was movement behind one of the closed doors, leading off from the hallway. The maid flushed with embarrassment. The door opened and Jennifer Allen emerged from the room. "Mr. Brown," she glanced at the maid. "Forgive me, I asked not to be disturbed, but I didn't know you'd be stopping by."
"That's perfectly all right. I'm just making my investigations."
She stepped closer to him and spoke in a whisper. "How is it proceeding?"
"I have a lot of things to think about."
He noticed that she'd taken off the locket she'd been wearing.
"Are you starting to have doubts?"
"No." She put a hand to her forehead. "I don't know. People have been telling me stories. Have you found anything yet? Anything that proves his innocence?" He felt that he should say something comforting.
"I'm afraid it's too early to tell."
Then he left the house and made his way back to the path. His walk back to Evesham went fairly quickly. The case was a simple one, after all, and he considered it almost solved. He even went so far as to light his pipe and trundle along with one hand held aloft, the smoke tangling itself in the trees, and the glowing bowl announcing his passage through the undergrowth to anyone watching. He arrived at the wooden bench by Whitestone House just as the church clock was striking 9:30. He sat down to take in the view. The sky was dim now, and the day was curiously quiet. He looked down at the dark water, riddled with white reflections, and thought of the terror she must have felt tumbling into it. An unpleasant way to die. He sat and smoked in solitude, watching the waves, wondering if Mr. Foyle's secret boat had really existed. Then he tapped his tobacco ashes into the deep and set off again for the railway station. The following evening, Mr. Brown and Inspector Wilde were reunited in the restaurant of the Palace Hotel. Both were smoking. Mr. Brown with his rustic twisted wooden pipe like a claw in his cupped hand, and Inspector Wilde with a thin cigarette, and their corner of the room was crawling with curls of tobacco smoke. The two demonic figures sat in this dark haze, drinking brandy, after a heavy meal of red meat and vegetables, and their talk turned to the Foyle case.
"Well," began Inspector Wilde, "it seems we've wasted your time, through no fault of our own at least, but now we know exactly what happened on that cliff in Evesham. Would you believe it? The boat he saw really does exist. It's called the Retired Adventurer. It arrived in Southampton yesterday."
"I've believed more outlandish things, I have to say."
"But rarely with as much consequence as this, I'd wager. The owner and his wife crossed the Channel last week. They didn't hear anything about the case until he happened to glance at an English newspaper in Guernsey. His name is Simmons. He seems a respectable type. It turns out that his wife had seen the whole thing and told him about it. But she'd been at the bottle and he hadn't believed her. So when he saw the newspaper, he put two and two together, then sailed back immediately, feeling terribly guilty. His wife's still in Guernsey, but she told him all the details."
"That sounds like quite an ordeal. He'll make a sympathetic witness, at least." And both men exhaled smoke in lieu of laughter.
"Anyway," said Inspector Wilde, "let me enlighten you."
He struck a match and was about to light another cigarette when Mr. Brown leaned forward and blew it out.
"Wait just 1 second," said Mr. Brown. "I wouldn't want to give you the satisfaction. I already know what happened."
"But you can't possibly know. We agreed there was no evidence."
"Well, I've found some. Enough to give me a good idea, at least."
Inspector Wilde looked at him suspiciously.
"I see. Let's have it, then."
The large, sallow man sat back in his chair.
"There were only two options in this case. It was either an accident or Gordon Foyle was guilty.
All it would take to decide between these two possibilities was one definitive clue. Yes, I can see that. And did you find such a clue?
I did.
And here Mr. Brown took the folded square of white-stained material from his jacket pocket and handed it to the inspector, who spread it on the table. I present to you the victim's scarf. Where did you find this? It was caught in a heather bush. Your lot must have missed it. And what is it supposed to tell us exactly? Here, you'll see, is a footprint from a Wellington boot, slim, in a woman's size. It matches the prints on a half-page of newspaper in the victim's cottage. You'll be able to tell me, no doubt, that she died in a pair of Wellington boots. Inspector Wilde nodded. Yes, she did. Very good. Then answer me this. How does a woman falling suddenly to her death manage to put a footprint on her own scarf? On a windy day, the ends of the scarf would be behind her, and then the only way to make a print on it, and a heel print no less, would be by walking backwards, or by being pulled backwards. Inspector Wilde was hesitant. Go on. What I think happened on that cliff is this. Gordon Foyle and Mrs. Allen passed each other by. Some impolite words were exchanged. And then it must have occurred to him that he could put an end to the whole situation. So he turned back, approached her from behind, and took her by the neck. She resisted, of course, but he pulled her backwards. That's when she trod on her own scarf, and it came off and was blown into the bushes. He wrestled her through the heather and threw her off the edge of the cliff. That dip in the path was a mere convenience. The murder happened where the heather was disturbed. He took up his drink. Well, Inspector, now you can enlighten me. Inspector Wilde looked slightly bemused. He gave his friend a wry smile. What can I say? It seems like you got a lot of that from guesswork, but you're exactly right. The wife of the man with the boat saw everything that you've just described. Gordon Foyle is as guilty as a louse. The only thing I don't understand is why he told us about the boat in the first place, if he was guilty the whole time. Mr. Brown touched his fingertips together. I suppose he saw it out in the bay and thought it added a nice bit of colour. The implication that his story could, in theory, be corroborated lent a kind of credence to it. He probably thought there was no chance at all that they'd actually seen anything. The odds were against it, weren't they? Undeniably. It was just bad luck for him that they did. He pictured the young man's pleading blue eyes. Well, then, he'll hang? The inspector nodded. Most likely, by the neck until dead. Mr. Brown shook his head in sympathy, and it was as if his tired, wavering face was a marionette suspended on strings from his skull. That is a shame. I rather liked him. My only solace is in knowing that I've saved Jennifer Allen from marrying a murderer. He thought of her words. I don't know what I'd do if they hanged him. And he smiled at the credulity of youth. Death is always messy, said Inspector Wilde. It's for the culprit to bemoan the consequences, not us. The two men lifted their glasses in a half-hearted toast, then faded back into their bright red armchairs. That night, Mrs. Daisy Lancaster of Station Road, Evesham, woke in her bed and went to the window. The sea was there before her, as calm and comforting as the glass of water on her nightstand.
She had dreamed that the face of the man she'd met on the seafront the other day, the man whose photograph was in the papers as an assistant to the police, a Mr. Winston Brown, was rising above the water like a pale moon, his probing eyes fixed on her window and his impossibly long cane reaching across the bay to bang against her front door, with an expression as cold and uncaring as the waves. She shivered and closed the window. Chapter 4. The Second Conversation. Julia Hart couldn't help speeding up as she reached the last page. With an expression as cold and uncaring as the waves, she read, she shivered and closed the window. She placed the manuscript on the ground beside her, then poured herself a glass of water. That story reminded her of the Welsh coast where she'd grown up. Grant sat tapping his foot, seemingly deep in thought. "Is everything all right?" she asked. His head jerked upwards, as if he was surprised by the question. "I'm sorry," he said. "I forgot myself for a second. That one really takes me back." "Then is it based on something true?" He shook his head. "It reminds me of something that happened to me once, that's all. It brought back some memories." "It reminds me of Wales," said Julia. "My family moved there when I was very young." Grant smiled at her, trying to appear interested. "Then where were you born?" "Scotland, actually, but I haven't been back there since." "And I've never been to Wales," he sighed wistfully. "Do you miss it?" "Sometimes. Do you miss Scotland?" Grant shrugged. "I hardly ever think about it now." Julia felt she should change the subject. "So Gordon Foyle was guilty all along. I suppose there was no other way it could have ended. If it had turned out to be an accident, the ending would have lost its impact, don't you think?" Grant pushed himself up with his fists and turned his back to the sun. "I don't approve of happy endings in crime stories." Now his head was in silhouette. Death should be shown as a tragedy, never anything else. He picked up a lemon from the ground and started to spin it between his fingers. It was as if all these frantic movements formed a sort of apology for letting his attention drift earlier. Julia tapped the manuscript with her pen. "You also seem to dislike the idea of the heroic detective. Mr. Brown is a sinister creation, and he seems to be improvising. There's not much method to his madness. Even his colleague acknowledges that." "Yes," Grant shrugged. "I suppose I was pushing back against the idea that detective stories are about logical deduction. As a mathematician, I can tell you they're about nothing of the kind. Inspired guesswork is all that most fictional detectives do, and seen in that light, there's something fundamentally dishonest about the detective character. Don't you think?" They were sitting in a grove of lemon trees, a short way up the hill from his cottage. Grant had left her there alone after they'd eaten lunch together. "I'd like to take a short walk," he'd said. "Would you care to join me?" But Julia wasn't used to the heat yet, and the skin on her face felt tight from the morning sun, so instead she'd stayed with the lemon trees, where there was plenty of shade and the cooling breeze could still reach her. She'd sat down on the sloped earth and made some annotations on the story they'd just read. Grant had returned 30 minutes later. She'd watched him approach from the direction of the cottage. Perspective had shown him first the same size as a leaf, then as a lemon, and finally as one of the diminutive trees. He'd been carrying a carafe of water. It seemed he would take one everywhere now, and had placed it at her feet. She'd poured herself a glass and started to read. Are fictional detectives fundamentally dishonest? She thought about the question. That could be the title of a doctoral thesis. He waited for her to answer, the silence punctured by birdsong. I would say no. No more than fiction itself. Grant closed his eyes. That's a wise answer. She poured herself another glass of water. She hadn't relished reading out loud again, not with the day as hot as it was. Her throat had dried up by the end of the first page. But Grant had confessed to her that morning that his eyesight had grown very poor in the last few years. There was no optician on the island, and he'd broken his glasses some time ago. I read rather slowly as a result, painfully so, I'm afraid. You don't write any more, then? He'd shaken his head. I neither write nor read, except when I have to. So she'd felt she had no choice. She'd indulged him and read the first 2 stories out loud. Now she was exhausted. The breeze picked up, bringing with it the faint smell of the sea. It was invigorating, but ever so slightly putrid. It was the smell of life being renewed. Against this, the lemons gave off a cloud of sweet scent, like lamps glowing in a mist. I'll fall asleep if we sit here too long, said Grant, getting to his feet and hopping from one foot to the other. He was wearing a blazer over his white shirt, again showing no sign of being bothered by the heat. Let's get started, shall we? Is there anything you'd like to change about that story? Julia looked up at him. Nothing significant. A few phrases. But I did notice another inconsistency. Again, I think it's an intentional one. He turned towards her, the hint of a smile on his face. Are you going to tell me that the town in this story is another depiction of hell? Damnation could start to sound quite appealing in that case, like a holiday camp. No, she laughed. It's near the end. When Mr. Brown returns to the bench by Whitestone House, after his walk along the cliff tops, the church bell is tolling 9:30, but he finds the bench empty. And yet Mrs. Epstein has just gone to great lengths to tell us a few pages earlier that she should be sitting there at that time. Do you see what I mean? Why mention her routine at all, if not to highlight the discrepancy? Grant paced back and forth, still in silhouette. Then the implication is that she's been abducted, or something like that. No, said Julia. I think the implication is that it's actually 9:30 at night when he returns from his walk. If you read the surrounding sentences very closely, they're clearly describing moonlight on a dark sea. Then there's a clue in the name of the town itself. Evescombe. Evening has come. Ah! He clapped his hands together. That's just the sort of joke I would have enjoyed when I was younger. Then what did Mr. Brown do with the rest of his day? That's a mystery, I suppose. Grant stood with his loose clothes rippling in the breeze, his eyes wide with excitement. But you're right. I must have added that on purpose, to see if the readers were paying attention. I don't remember it, but then I barely remember writing these stories at all. He sat down again. You ought to be explaining them to me, not the other way around. She raised an eyebrow. Well, here's something you can explain to me. Grant took off his hat and leaned towards her. You told me this morning that a group of suspects is the first requirement for a murder mystery, and that there must be at least 2 of them, but this story appears to have only 1. He tilted his head back and grinned at the sky. Yes, it's made to look that way.
but it's just sleight of hand. I've always liked the idea of a murder mystery with a single suspect. It's a sort of paradoxical take on the genre. But to explain how it satisfies the definition, I first have to explain the second ingredient. Julia held her pen in one hand and had her notebook open on her lap. "I'm ready," she said. The second ingredient of a murder mystery is a victim or group of victims. Those characters that have been killed in unknown circumstances. Julia wrote this down. The first ingredient is a group of suspects, the second a group of victims. I might be able to guess what the others will be. He nodded. I told you it was simple. The only requirement we make of the group of victims is that there must be at least one of them. After all, without a victim, there can't be a murder. Not a successful one, at least. So, in this particular story, we have a victim, Mrs. Allen, and a suspect, Gordon Foyle, and it turns out that he did kill her, but there were other alternatives. It could have been an accident. The victim could have lost her footing. Julia made a note. Death by misadventure. I've always enjoyed that phrase. I like the implication that adventure is something you can do correctly or incorrectly. Grant laughed. Certainly. My prolonged sojourn on this island, for instance. That was an adventure once. But as I grow old, I wonder if it hasn't, perhaps, been done incorrectly. My time on this island, too, thought Julia. She was tired and her throat was still sore. She smiled at him. It could also have been suicide, though the possibility is never mentioned. That's true, said Grant. And in both of those cases, accident and suicide, who would we consider most responsible for the death? I don't know. The victim, presumably. Yes, Mrs. Allen herself, which means that either Mr. Foyle was responsible for her death or she was responsible for it herself. Then she is the second suspect. That's correct. Our definition requires a group of 2 or more suspects and a group of 1 or more victims, but it doesn't say that they can't overlap. So she can be the second suspect even though she's the victim. Wouldn't it be a little strange to call her a murderer if she'd slipped and fallen? That particular word would be inappropriate, of course, but it doesn't seem unreasonable to say that of all the characters, she would have done the most to cause her own death. She went for that walk along the path to begin with, and therefore it doesn't seem unreasonable to consider her a suspect. It simplifies things. I see, said Julia as she wrote this down. Then this is another example of a murder mystery with 2 suspects. Yes, with the qualification that one of them is the victim. So it's a murder mystery with a single suspect, except for the victim themselves. That seems to make sense. Julia took a lemon from the ground and inhaled its sweet smell. There's one other thing I wanted to ask you. Grant nodded. What's that? You called this collection of stories the White Murders. I've spent some time over the last few weeks trying to work out why. Grant smiled. And what conclusion did you come to? Well, here we have Whitestone House. And the previous story took place in a whitewashed villa in Spain. And that theme continues through the rest of the stories, but I wondered if there might be something more to it than that. What do you mean? The name seemed familiar somehow, and then I realized why. She left a momentary pause. Are you aware that there was a real murder a number of years ago that became known colloquially as the White Murder? I was not. That's an interesting coincidence.
Then you've never heard of it? Grant's smile had gone by this point.
It does sound vaguely familiar, now that you mention it.
We've published several books on unsolved murders at Blood Type, so I'd read about it before. That's how I knew the name. It happened in North London in 1940. It was one of those murders that the press likes to obsess about. The victim was a young woman called Elizabeth White. She was an actor and playwright, and she was very beautiful. She was strangled on Hampstead Heath late one evening. The newspapers called it the White Murder. It was before I was born, but I understand it became quite a famous case at the time. They never managed to find her killer.
How unpleasant.
Yes, it is rather. But is it really just a coincidence? Grant put his hand to his chin.
What else? Do you think I named the book after the crime?
Julia tilted her head to one side. It would have been in all of the papers around the time you were writing.
The London papers, said Grant, but I was in Edinburgh. I'd have had to go looking for it. Certainly if I saw the name written down somewhere, it might have affected me unconsciously. Either that, or it really was just a coincidence.
He shrugged.
The truth is, I chose the White Murders because I found the name evocative. Poetic, almost.
He spoke like a man reciting a quotation in a foreign language, adding emphases that weren't really there.
The White Murders. But it could just as easily have been the Red Murders or the Blue Murders.
Julia wondered if he was telling her the truth.
It would be quite a big coincidence, given the timing.
Grant smiled once again.
That depends on what you're comparing it to.
Yes, well. Her hands were tired from taking notes. Shall we take a break? Chapter 5. A Detective and His Evidence. A discreet gentleman, dressed smartly in a dark blue suit, was passing through one of the 3 streets that formed the boundaries of a small square in central London, when he had the misfortune to step in a puddle. It was 5 minutes before noon. For a man in his state of mind, both distracted and agitated, the incongruity of this was enough to bring him to a sudden stop. He looked down at his shoes in a sort of self-pitying disbelief. It was a pleasant late summer's day, after all, and it hadn't rained for 3 weeks. He watched his reflection take shape as the murky surface of the puddle renewed itself. There was his round face, floating above his shoulders. There were his dark hair and elaborate black moustache, squashed between his suit and the blue sky. There was his almost non-existent neck. His eyes followed the trail of wet pavement from the puddle up to its source, a display outside a florist's shop, where an audience of flowers in childish colours were nodding their heads at him in half-hearted sympathy. The man swore under his breath and turned and looked moodily at the neighbouring buildings, as if searching for a way to get revenge on the street itself. And that was how it all began. The square was called Colchester Gardens. That was also the name of its vaguely rectangular private park, which sat at the intersection of 2 roads and was bounded by a narrower, more meandering 3rd road that linked the other 2 and cut off the corner. This 3rd road was called Colchester Terrace, and the man in the dark blue suit stood halfway along it, hidden from the 2 busier roads by the gardens themselves. The residents of Colchester Terrace were the only ones supplied with keys to the park. The man in dark blue, like everybody else, could merely look at it through the bars of the black metal fence. He glanced to his left, then to his right. The street was deserted, and the florist's shop was closed with no explanation. There was a greengrocer's on the corner that seemed to be open, but nobody was coming or going. On the other side of the railings were two young girls. They were struggling with a large paper plane that wouldn't take flight. It was made from a folded sheet of splendid purple craft paper and was the size of a small dog. Their laughter was the only sound he could hear as they took turns to try to launch it. Each time they tried, it flew for 2 or 3 yards, then seemed to meet a great wave of resistance and spiraled either haltingly into the sky or hastily down towards the ground, at which point they would both scream theatrically and try again, furious and hopeless and infected with laughter. The man in dark blue watched them for almost a minute, and then took a step towards the fence. He wrapped his hands around the railings and pressed his forehead between two of the sharp, ornamental fleur-de-lis that emerged from the top of them. "Girls!" he called. They both stopped laughing and looked at him. They must have been about the same age, and they wore similar blue dresses. "Girls! What are your names?" One of them was less shy than the other, the one with the reddish tint to her hair. She took a step towards him, while the other one sat down on the grass. "I'm Rose," she said, "and that's my friend Maggie." Maggie looked down at the mention of her name. "Well, girls, my name is Christopher, and now that we are no longer strangers, let me give you some help with flying that plane." He pointed. Rose looked down at the forgotten toy. It sat on the grass between her and Maggie, as forlorn as her friend. "It just needs a little weight at the front. Then it will fly." Rose stared uncertainly at the tangle of paper, reluctant to pick it up. It was an insult to be invited into the world of adult conversation by a serious-looking man, and then immediately to be cast back as a child by being asked to hand him a toy. "Here," he said. "Take this." He took a small card from the inside breast pocket of his suit and tore it in half. One half he placed back in his pocket, the other he folded 3 times into a small, stubby rectangle and held out through the railings. Rose took it automatically and stared down at it, a disappointing gift. "Tuck it inside the front of the plane, in the nose, then try again." She was ready to protest that they weren't really bothered about flying it, that they were just passing the time, and really she was too old for such things. But there was something warm about his voice that cancelled out these objections, a conspiratorial flavour that she found comforting. She slotted the card into the plane, as instructed. Then she ran a few paces with it. He watched her arms as she reached out to propel the plane forward. It flew for 20 yards this time before skidding to a graceful stop, like a large knife cutting through the sky. He smiled, and then looked at the other girl, hoping for her approval. But Maggie sat picking at the grass, looking rather bored. "There is something not quite right about that girl," he thought. She glanced up at him surreptitiously, and he realized then that she was neither sulking nor bored, but scared of him. He stepped back in a flame of self-doubt. He watched her for a few moments more, then made his decision. "You girls have a splendid day now." He bowed briefly to Rose. She waved back enthusiastically. And then he left. At 20 minutes past 12, Alice Cavendish was walking through the eponymous park of Colchester Gardens towards the black gate that led out onto the street when she saw her sister and the younger Clement's girl playing with their dolls. Alice was in a good mood, so she changed direction and headed towards the two of them. Tucked inside her light summer jacket was a letter from Richard saying how nice it was to have seen her last week, that he'd got her the gift she'd asked for, and did she think they might go for a walk sometime? She'd stolen away to the darkest part of the park, to a shaded triangle between 3 stout plane trees, spaced a few yards apart, to sit down and open it in private. The grass had been slightly wet, since it was so well hidden from the sun, but his words had been sweet enough that she was able to relish every sensation, even the damp. "Morning, Maggie," she said to her sister. "What are you two doing?" Rose stood up. "It's afternoon, silly." "Hello there, Rose." "You must call her Mrs. Clements," said Maggie. "We're playing that we're widows and that these are our orphans." She indicated the 2 dolls. Alice laughed, unsure of whether to inform her sister of the semantic mistake or to inquire further about the nature of their game. She decided, in the end, to do neither. "Where is the aeroplane I made for you yesterday? I thought you were going to fly it today if the weather was nice." Rose Clements, who always had to speak first, again stood up with a burst of energy and pointed at a nearby tree, taking a few steps towards it as she spoke. "There!" The purple plane, which was entwined with the leaves high up on a branch, looked like a shard of stained glass from this distance. "Oh dear," said Alice, "that is unlucky." "It was the man's fault," said Maggie. "Everything was fine until he changed it." That cryptic comment seemed to fill Alice with a vague sense of apprehension, to the point where she wasn't even sure if she'd heard it correctly. But then Rose's previous statement came back to her suddenly, and all her other thoughts faded away. "Did you say it was afternoon already?" Rose nodded. "The church bell went ages ago." Alice had been too busy daydreaming to notice. "I must take Mummy her tea." And everything else was quickly forgotten. She rushed over to the gate and out onto Colchester Terrace, then down a few doors to their house. It was when she reached for the doorknob that she noticed how filthy her hands were. "Oh dear," she said to herself, examining them closely. There was a thick, curved line of dirt under her thumbnail, like a pool of uneaten sauce along the edge of a plate. She opened the towering red door and stepped into the hallway. Elise, the maid, appeared at the far end of the corridor. Alice took off her jacket and gave it to Elise, slipping Richard's letter from the pocket as she did so. "Elise, will you prepare Mummy's tea? I shall take it up to her, if she's awake." Elise nodded, vanishing into the darkness at the distant side of the house. Alice crept into her father's study, which was immediately to the right of the front door, and, being careful not to touch anything, sat down at his desk and read the letter again. A few minutes later, Elise was waiting for Alice on the first-floor landing. She was holding a tray with a cup of hot, copper-coloured tea and a gaudy slice of lemon. Alice took it from her and carried it up to the top floor of the house. She entered the large master bedroom, announcing herself with a gentle knock. "Good afternoon, Alice." Her pale mother had propped herself up in bed and sat like a bookmark between the flowing white sheets, wearing a crimson robe. Alice put the tray down and went to the window and opened the curtains. Her mother winced and pulled the sheets up to her neck, as if the daylight itself would make her colder. The window looked out onto the square, and from this height Alice could see that insufferable Rose Clements chasing her sister from tree to tree with a chrysanthemum in her hand like a kind of sword. She could also see her own hiding place between the 3 trees. Just about. "How are you feeling this afternoon, Mummy?" And she went to the bed and took her mother's hand in her own. Improving with your presence, as always, sweetheart, though I slept poorly and my lungs feel very sore.
Her daughter smiled sympathetically.
Why, Alice, darling, you're filthy.
Her mother's eyes widened. Alice withdrew her hand as if she'd been holding it too close to a candle and rubbed her thumb against her fingertips.
I know, Mummy. I got my hands dirty picking flowers. And then rubbed them all over your face to look at it. Oh, dear.
Alice went to the mirror on her mother's dressing table and saw that it was true. She'd been absent-mindedly touching her hair while reading the letter from Richard, picking compulsively at the grass and anxiously tearing leaves into pieces. There were several muddy smudges around her eyebrows and chin.
Gosh, Mummy, I should go and have a bath. Will you comb my hair afterwards? Of course, my darling.
And she hurried down the stairs and found Elise on the first floor dusting the children's old nursery.
Will you run me a bath, Elise?
At 7 minutes before 1 o'clock, Alice Cavendish entered the bathroom of her family home on Colchester Terrace and pulled a curtain across the window. There was no building directly opposite, so the gesture was unnecessary and merely darkened the room, but the added sense of privacy was precious to her. She wanted to read the letter from Richard again. It was currently tucked inside the waistband of her skirt. She undressed and placed her clothes on a chair next to the door, then put the letter on top of them and moved it next to the bathtub. She held her breath as she stepped into the beautifully warm water.
And how do you wash your hair in the bath?
That is what her mind went back to now that she was free from any interruptions. The memory of her friend Leslie Clements asking her this question one dreamy autumn day when they were playing together in the park, as she sieved handfuls of dry leaves from her long red hair.
I mean the actual technique. I have my own, but I'm curious about yours.
You tell me yours first, said Alice, fearful that she might embarrass herself.
No, said Leslie. I asked, so you have to tell first. Don't be shy, I'm just curious. You always have such neat hair.
Alice grew morose. It used to be that Mummy would stand by the bath with a basin and pour the water over my head. But when she got ill, she couldn't do that any more. I suppose I'd be too old for that now, even if she could. Elise did it for a while, but it never felt quite right. Normally I sit there with a basin, bent forward, and pour the water over my own head.
That sounds laborious, said Leslie, who was now miming the action to see if it felt natural. I don't think I could do it. I've never found any way to wash my hair other than take a deep breath and put my entire head under the water for about a minute. It's not very ladylike, but I find it almost exciting. I used to like doing that too, Alice laughed. Mummy always told me off. She says it's dangerous to hold your breath, even if it's only for a few seconds.
Leslie rolled her eyes.
Well, you can do it now, and she'd never know, would she?
And that was true. Ever since then, Alice had indulged herself, whenever she was feeling lazy, by washing her hair in the way her friend had described. And today was no exception. She pinched her nose with her right hand and submerged her whole head under the water, then ran her left hand along the length of her fair hair until it felt silky and untangled. She managed about 20 seconds before she could feel the lack of breath starting to bite. After that, the feeling of coming to the surface was almost ecstatic, as Leslie had hinted. She took a few deep breaths and went down to do it again, closing her eyes and thinking of Richard while her shoulders sank slowly into place at the bottom of the tub. When she dipped down into the water for a third time, somebody hurried over to the side of the tub and placed their hand in the water above her head. That was all.
They didn't press down, not yet. They'd been watching from the doorway, slightly behind the bath, and knew that she would stay submerged until she ran out of breath. It would be wasteful to do anything before that happened. When Alice had been holding her breath for 15 seconds with her eyes closed, running her fingers through a length of hair pulled over her left shoulder and across her chest, she raised her forehead slightly and felt something brush against her skin. It was almost imperceptible. At first, she thought it was just her forehead touching the surface, so she didn't immediately begin to panic. But when she raised her head further, she found that it wasn't the surface at all. That what she was feeling was the touch of warm, wet leather. And when she opened her eyes, she saw only darkness where the gloved hand covered them. She tried to sit up. The hand closed over her face and pushed her back down. She reached up with both hands, but her right arm was seized and pinned against the edge of the bath, and her left was powerless against the arm holding her head. She reached to where she might plausibly find a face, but she found only shoulders. The arm seemed to be made of iron, and her fingernails did nothing to it. Her legs flailed against the far end of the bath, but she found no purchase. Something seemed to be squashing her. She'd been underwater for about 40 seconds by this point. She had roughly the same time again before her consciousness would start to get hazy and her body would start to weaken. That short amount of time was the only warning she had of her impending death. It was not long enough to wonder who might be murdering her, or why. Instead, she spent the whole of it trying her hardest to scream. Shortly after 3 o'clock on that same afternoon, Detective Inspector Lorry and Detective Sergeant Bulmer approached the black bars of Colchester Gardens. To get their bearings, they agreed to walk in opposite directions around the park so that they seemed to converge on the house a few minutes later, like two people meeting by chance. Bulmer was a big man with heavy hands and an ill-fitting suit, while Lorry was a man of slight build with small round glasses and heavily oiled hair. One might be asking the other for the time or for directions, but they didn't look like two men who would know each other. Bulmer leaned back against the wall outside the house and looked up at the 3-story building with its cream-coloured facade. "How bad do you think it will be in there?" Lorry was looking at a flower bed by the front door. There was an oval indentation in the soil. "Particularly bad, given that she was the favourite daughter." He waved his hand at the flowers as if he was reading this information directly from them. Bulmer walked over and looked down. He gave Lorry the glance of playful suspicion that began so many of their conversations. "I don't understand." "There were 2 girls playing in the park when I passed. One of them had a purple flower in her hair. The flower came from here." He looped his forefinger around a weeping green stem from which the head had been pulled. "So the girl most likely came from this house. Note the child's footprint here in the soil, and yet despite the fact there has been a murder, that little girl has been left outside unsupervised. I would suggest that her parents have forgotten about her, caught up in their own grief." Bulmer looked over at the 2 girls and nodded at the artistry of his colleague at work. "Though I suppose she's safe enough," he added. "There's an officer at each corner of the park." "Nonetheless, you would expect the parents to want to keep her close at a time like this. Anyway, the room through that window there," he pointed at the glass next to the front door, "appears to be the father's study. I drew the same conclusion from the photographs on his desk, which are almost all of the older daughter." Bulmer stepped up to the window and quoted the line he'd heard Lorry repeat on many occasions. "Because theories are never facts,
and each one must be confirmed by several pieces of evidence." He looked at his colleague and nodded after seeing the photographs for himself. Laurie knocked on the front door. A few moments later, a uniformed policeman opened it, his face deathly pale. A tiny white cigarette emerged from his mouth, the same colour as his skin, but somehow more solid, pointing up like a light switch set into a wall. It shook as he smoked. "Thank God you're here," he said. "I don't like this house, and these people don't like me." Constable Davis had been holding the pieces of the shattered household together for the last 2 hours, all by himself. He sat down now and pulled a hip flask from his pocket. He unscrewed the cap, holding it carefully like a rare coin, and took a long, gentle drink. "My first, I promise." Laurie waved away his concerns. The 3 men had gathered in Mr. Cavendish's study, their bodies propped against the furniture. Davis continued, "It's horrible up there. When she drowned, she let everything go. Blood and bodily fluids all throughout the bath. Believe me, you won't look at a blonde the same way again." The body had been discovered at around 1:30. Elise had knocked on the door to the bathroom and got no reply. Tentatively, she'd pushed it open. Then she'd stepped forward onto the small emerald rug next to the bathtub, looked down into the water, and started to scream. The cook, who had just arrived at the house, hurried up the stairs, saw Alice's bloodless, submerged face from across the room, and ran to get Dr. Mortimer, a friend of the family who lived a few streets away. Dr. Mortimer called Constable Davis. Constable Davis phoned Scotland Yard. Mr. Cavendish was sent for and came running from his office about 15 minutes later. Things had remained relatively calm after that, until Mrs. Cavendish had crawled, wailing, on her hands and knees down the stairs and demanded to see her daughter. Constable Davis, fearing that she might compromise the crime scene, had refused to allow it. She'd sworn and screamed at him. Overwhelmed by his first murder and now in a state of panic, he'd carried her roughly up the stairs and put her back to bed, while Mr. Cavendish howled at him that it was all too much. After that, the fragile parents had locked themselves in their room in protest. The maid had disappeared downstairs, and Constable Davis had been left to walk the hallways and corridors of the house by himself, a doubtful jailer, unsure of what to do next. He'd taken the opportunity to check on the body every time he had passed by the bathroom door. At first, the doctor had been hovering over it. Then he'd been standing by the window, smoking. Then finally he'd left, until it had become a compulsion, and Davis had found himself returning to it every few minutes. Laurie offered him another cigarette. "It's our concern now. Just tell us everything you've managed to find out. Then you needn't be here much longer." "There's not much to know." Constable Davis took another drink. "There were 3 people in the house. The cook was out at the time it happened. She'd gone to the market, which we've confirmed. The father was at work at his office nearby, seen by his colleagues, and the younger sister has been playing outside the whole time. The mother was upstairs, in bed. She's not well. And the maid, Elise, was cleaning downstairs, a few rooms away from where it happened." "And she didn't hear anything?" "Nothing." "How close was she? Would she have heard if the victim had cried out or screamed?" Constable Davis shrugged. "Said she heard nothing and saw nothing." Laurie frowned. "Then it sounds like we need to talk to her." "I sent her to bring the doctor back, in case you wanted to ask him any questions. She'll return soon." "Very well," said Laurie. "Then let's go up and see the body." The 3 men went into the bathroom. There was no steam now, and the condensation had dried. The water in the tub was perfectly still, and Alice's head was fully submerged.
The towel laid over her body to preserve her dignity had sunk down into the water and settled asymmetrically. It was a cold and unsubtle picture of death. For a moment it seemed impossible she could have been alive earlier that day. Bulmer whistled. Man, beast, or devil? Laurie walked up to the bath and knelt down. A chair to one side held a pile of neatly folded clothes. He searched through them briefly, as if he were flicking through the pages of a book, but there was nothing of interest there. He held his glasses in place as he peered over the edge of the bath, and with his other hand touched a fingertip to the top of the water. It was stone cold. She was a beautiful young woman, he said. The motive was most likely sexual. Constable Davis spoke up. I assume so too, but it doesn't make sense to me. She hasn't been touched before or after. Someone came here, crazed with desire, just to kill her and leave immediately. Laurie turned and stared at him with the slightest hint of a patronising smile. Some men have strange fascinations. Maybe he just wanted to kill something beautiful. Bulmer, who had never relished the examination of crime scenes and was waiting patiently at the back of the room, took a step closer. Do we definitely know it was murder? Laurie plunged his arm into the icy, filthy water and turned the dead girl's wrists upwards. The left hand is beaten bloody. This was no quiet death. It could have been a seizure of some kind, but the right arm is bruised with 4 finger marks, as if it was clamped tight in somebody's hand. From his vantage point further back, Bulmer could see a little way under the bath. Laurie, by your left foot, there's something there. We saw that earlier, said Constable Davis, but didn't want to touch it. Laurie laid his head against the wooden floor. Kicked a little way under the bath was a wet, black glove. He pulled it out and picked it up. It lay across 2 of his fingers like a small, dead animal. Constable Davis and Sergeant Bulmer both came closer to examine the find. That's the murder weapon, then, said Bulmer. Laurie held the glove up high and sniffed it. It was still dripping with water and smelled of nothing. Then he tried it on. It was neither too big nor too small. A man of average size, assuming this isn't a false lead. He gave it to Bulmer. Here, you try. Bulmer pulled it over his fingers, but couldn't move it past the ball of his thumb. Well, said Laurie, we can rule you out as a suspect. Constable Davis wasn't sure if this was meant as a joke or not, and held his breath while the moment passed. Bulmer didn't react. There was a knock at the door behind them. Laurie opened it to find an old man with a head as smooth as a pebble. I am Dr. Mortimer. He held out his hand. I was asked to return in case you had any questions for me. Behind him, the maid was hovering in the shadows. I am Inspector Laurie, and this is Sergeant Bulmer. The 3 men shook hands. There is one thing I must ask immediately. How long would it have taken? For someone that size, I mean. The doctor flinched. That is an unpleasant thought. I've known her since she was a child. He looked down at his hands. About 2 minutes for immobility, I suppose. 5 for certain death. Thank you. We will have more questions, I am sure. Constable Davis, would you kindly show Dr. Mortimer to Mr. Cavendish's study? We will be down shortly. First, we must speak to the maid, if you'll show her in. The doctor left with the uniformed policeman, and Elise stepped hesitantly into the dim room. The curtain was still drawn across the window. She tried to avoid looking at the body in the bathtub, though the twist of off-white towel kept drawing her attention. "There's no need to be nervous." He closed the door behind her. "We just need to ask you some questions. My name is Inspector Lorry." There was something menacing about the sight of these two men in suits standing beside a dead young woman in a bathtub, and Elise swallowed audibly. Bulmer moved back against the wall. Lorry continued. "You ran this bath for Miss Cavendish?" Elise nodded, a glimpse of terror in the unnatural tilt of her head, as if they were implying this tragedy was her fault. "And where were you while she was taking it?" "I was cleaning the children's old nursery." "And that room is?" "Down the corridor from this one." The maid winced, aware of the implications. "3 doors down," she added weakly. "But you heard nothing? No screams or sounds of a struggle?" A silent shake of the head, then an unnecessary clarification. "I told the other man that." "And he may have believed you. I'm afraid I am struggling to do so." She shook her head again, as if he'd asked her a question. He went on. "The problem is, it's Elise, isn't it?" She nodded. "The problem, Elise, is that murder is not a quiet event. It's not a quick event, either. It strikes me as very unlikely that you could have been so close for the 2 minutes it was happening and heard nothing at all." A stronger shake of the head. Laurie's neutral stare had that hint of a smile again. "You are young and unmarried, Elise." She was glad of this change of direction and answered eagerly. "That's right. I'm 18. "But you're an attractive girl. There must be a man." Her face fell again. "I don't know what you mean." "I can't help but notice that you're wearing a bracelet that is both new and a gift. Is that how he paid for your silence?" She looked at her wrist. "How did you—" "It's expensive. Beyond your means, I'd suggest. But you wouldn't wear something so pretty to clean in. It might get damaged. You must have put it on in the last couple of hours, which suggests that it's new and the novelty hasn't worn off." He shrugged, as if it was obvious. She shook her head again, softly this time. "It's new, but I saved for it myself." "You haven't met my colleague, Sergeant Bulmer?" Lorry gestured to a mirror on the wall opposite the window, and Elise turned to face it. "Bulmer has his own methods, quite different from mine." She watched through that backwards window as Detective Sergeant Bulmer left his place against the wall and approached the two of them from behind, his face as big as a Halloween mask. Her fear held her in place, as if she was watching it all happen on a cinema screen, to somebody else. His right hand came slowly up to the back of her head, and he guided her to the edge of the bath. A hook of his leg unbalanced her, and she found herself falling forward onto his heavy left arm. Then she was lowered, face first, towards the frigid, death-filled water, and held there, shaking, scratching with her hands against the enamel and trying to push back, but without any success. "1 minute," he said. "That should be long enough. There won't be any permanent damage." Faced with this threat, her head jerked up in horror and she began to talk. "I left the house," she said hurriedly, almost screaming each word. "I'm engaged. He lives near here. I left for an hour while Cook was out. I do it every day. You can check. Please don't tell them. I could lose my position. This wasn't my fault. I didn't know." Bulmer dropped her, and she huddled into a ball on the rug. He looked at his partner. Lorry seemed slightly amused. "The man who did this will do it again,"
he said, "if my experience counts for anything. That blood will be on your hands if you hinder our investigation any further." He opened the door. "Give your fiancé's name to Constable Davis, and we'll have him check your alibi." Bulmer said nothing, just watched as she scrambled from the room. "There are no witnesses, then?" "And no credible suspects." After quickly comparing notes, the two men climbed the stairs to knock on the door of Mrs. Cavendish's bedroom. She sat up in bed as they entered. "Oh, and who are you?" The doctor had buried her in sedatives. Her puffy head emerged from the flowing white sheets like a cake decoration. Mr. Cavendish sat at the end of the bed, slumped forward and silent in his mourning, facing away from the door. Hearing the two men, he leapt up and turned around. Laurie greeted him warmly with a pat on the shoulder. "Mr. and Mrs. Cavendish, I'm Inspector Laurie, and this is my colleague, Sergeant Bulmer." Bulmer nodded. Mrs. Cavendish waved half-heartedly from the bed. "You'll understand that we need to talk to both of you separately. Mr. Cavendish, I wonder if you wouldn't mind leaving us and waiting downstairs in your study. You'll find your friend Dr. Mortimer there, so you won't be alone."
"Of course,"
the silent man muttered. He made his way down the stairs, shuffling sideways with both hands on the banister. Laurie closed the door and approached the bed. Bulmer moved to the window and stood staring at the street outside. "Mrs. Cavendish," said Laurie, "I'm afraid we must ask you a few indelicate questions."
"Delicacy is no longer a concept in this world, Inspector Laurie. Not now my little girl is dead."
"I am very sorry for your loss." Mrs. Cavendish reached out and clasped Laurie's hand like a cat striking at a mouse.
"I want you to kill him, either with your own hands or have him hanged. Your colleague downstairs gasped when he heard they were sending you. He told us your reputation. They all pretended abhorrence. Men suddenly grow conscious when they're faced with cruelty in the abstract. But I defended your methods. I want you to torture him until he confesses, and then kill him."
"Mrs. Cavendish, do you have any suspicions as to who did this?"
"I only know that it was a man. This is a man's crime through and through."
"But there's no one that you personally suspect?" She frowned hopelessly.
"If I thought that anyone I knew was involved, I would want them hanged just the same as a stranger. But I'm afraid I can't think of anybody."
"Where were you at the time it happened?"
"Inspector Laurie, before today I hadn't left this bed in almost 3 years."
And she peeled back the covers to display her emaciated frame. "Were you asleep?"
"I close my eyes when I want to rest. I am rarely capable of sleep. But I heard nothing, I'm afraid."
"Well, that is helpful in itself. The second indelicate question, Mrs. Cavendish, is whether your daughter had romantic relations with any young men that you know of. Did she have a sweetheart?"
Mrs. Cavendish thought about it for a long time. "I don't believe so. Several years ago she was close to a young man called Andrew Sullivan. They were childhood friends. We've known his parents for years. But he wasn't quite Alice's quality."
"Were they still acquainted?"
"Yes, but we haven't seen the Sullivans for a year or so. I don't suppose that's much help, is it?"
"It's worth looking into."
"If it was him, I want you to castrate him."
"Well, let's start with his home address, shall we? 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 We?
They found Mr. Cavendish waiting for them in his study at the bottom of the stairs, alone. Bulmer followed Laurie into the room like a muscular shadow. Mr. Cavendish had stood up when the door opened, but now that he saw himself surrounded, he sat back down, newly apprehensive about this meeting. "Where is your friend, the doctor?" Mr. Cavendish cleared his throat.
"Our maid, Elise, came in to see him. She was in quite a state. He took her out to get some air."
There was a chessboard placed on top of a drinks cabinet in one corner of the study. Idly, Laurie began to play with the pieces. We spoke to her quite briskly, but only because she was hiding the truth from us. "Mr. Cavendish, do you disagree with our methods?" The quiet man didn't seem to care.
"Oh, I suppose so," he shrugged. "Philosophically, I suppose I would have to say that I do."
"But you want us to find your daughter's killer?" Tears formed at the corners of his eyes.
"Of course. This must never happen to anyone else."
"Then do me the favour of indulging my explanation. You read a lot of detective novels, I see." Laurie waved his hand towards a shelf full of cheap paperbacks. Mr. Cavendish looked into the darkness beneath his desk.
"Those books belong to my wife. She likes me to read them to her. I enjoy them too, I suppose."
This picture of his domestic arrangements, now changed forever, overwhelmed him. He slipped out of his chair and sat down on the floor with his hands covering his face. "I enjoy them myself," Laurie went on, "but it concerns me that people focus so much on the big denouement, where the murderer is revealed, and never on what happens next, which is usually that the criminal confesses or is caught in the act of repeating their crime. The author puts that in, you see, because they know that the evidence is never enough. When you stand back from it, what do you have? An ink stain, a cigarette end, the corner of a letter in a fireplace. You can't hang someone with all that. So they concoct this elaborate scene of confession to cover over the cracks. Do you follow?" The bloodshot eyes blinked, and the man nodded slowly. "Good. The only problem is that it never happens in real life. Nobody confesses of their own volition, and an elaborate trap doesn't ever work out. So if we have a great deal of evidence that points in one way, and we need a confession to confirm it, our only recourse is to violence. Do you see?"
"I just want my daughter back, Mr. Laurie. Torture whomever you want. Just get me my daughter back."
Bulmer had waited until this moment to push the door fully closed. It gave a loud click as he did so. "Do you know anyone that might have done this to your daughter?" Mr. Cavendish frantically shook his head.
"Of course not. I wouldn't associate with such animals."
"Your office is a short walk from here, I understand. People must be coming and going all the time. It must be difficult to keep track of who is in and who is out." Mr. Cavendish looked up at Laurie from under his crimson, swollen eyelids.
"I see where you are going with this. Why are you suggesting such a thing? I was at my desk the whole time."
"Then let me get your advice. If I told you that we'd found the killer's left glove, that we'd turned it inside out and noticed that the fabric was scratched about a third of the way along the second finger from the end, what should we do next? My deduction is that the killer was wearing a wedding ring, one with a protrusion. A simple jewel, perhaps, like yours. Let's say that only one of our suspects is a married man. Well, what would you have us do?"
Mr. Cavendish swallowed, shaking his head. "I don't know.
I assure you.
Don't worry, then. This won't hurt a bit.
Laurie bent down and took Mr. Cavendish's hand. Meeting no resistance, he pushed the sleeve of his jacket up towards the elbow, then undid the buttons of his cuff. He rolled the shirt up and examined the hand and wrist, then did the same with the other arm. He found nothing worthy of note, and dropped the arm as if it was nothing more than a rolled-up newspaper, not a part of a man's body. It hit the floor with the same slap. He got up and left, signalling Bulmer to follow him. "Not guilty," said Bulmer when they had closed the door behind him.
He was never likely to be. I was just being thorough. But there are no scratches on his arms or signs of a struggle. I can't see any way he could have killed her. Frankly, I've never seen such a well-kept pair of hands.
Bulmer nodded. "And that stuff about the wedding ring and the glove?"
Laurie shook his head. There were no marks on the glove. I was just trying to frighten him.
"I thought as much." The house had begun to feel like a dreary old cupboard, full of forgotten objects. With relief, the two detectives stepped outside into the perfectly temperate afternoon. They approached a policeman, one they knew called Cooper, who had been knocking on doors along the street.
"Found anything?"
Cooper shook his head. "Very few people have even been outside today. It seems like they hide from the sun around here. The florist has been closed since this morning. The greengrocer thinks he saw a man in a long black coat hanging around at lunchtime, but he couldn't describe him."
"Nothing at all?"
"He only saw him from the back, just said he wore a hat and was of average height." Laurie looked over at the park, where the two girls were still playing.
"What about the sister? Has anyone spoken to her?"
"Not yet. We've been keeping an eye on her, of course, but we didn't think it was our place to tell her what has happened."
"She must be wondering where her lunch is."
"I gave her an apple. I got the impression she's used to this."
Laurie frowned. "Well, they're younger than I'd like, but we have to talk to them. If they've been playing here all day, they may have witnessed something."
He began to walk over to them. A kind of intoxication had come over Maggie and Rose with the lack of parental attention, and they were now pulling up flowers and rearranging them to their tastes. Rose noticed Laurie and Bulmer walking towards them and nudged her friend. They dropped their flowers and pretended innocence.
"Girls," Laurie called as he drew near, "what game is that you're playing?"
"I'm the florist,"
said Rose, pointing at the shop over the road that was still closed.
"And I'm the customer,"
said Maggie. Both were so tired they'd entered a sort of daydreaming state, and the edges of everything seemed soft to them.
"Well, girls, I'm Inspector Laurie."
"And I'm Sergeant Bulmer."
"And why don't we play a game of being police detectives for a few minutes? You see that house over there, the one with the red door? I believe one of you lives in that house."
"She does,"
said Rose, and Maggie sat down on the grass, her heart beating quickly.
"What's the matter with it?"
she asked.
"Nothing is the matter. We just need to ask some questions. Have you seen anyone that you don't know go into your house today while you've been out here playing?"
Maggie shook her head.
"Not today. Why?"
Rose put her hands on her hips.
"No, we have not. It has been very quiet around here."
"Well, have you seen anyone at all hanging about the square? Someone suspicious, perhaps?"
Rose put her finger to her mouth and thought about it.
"Yes,"
she said finally. Maggie was sitting silently now, picking at the grass.
"A man? Can you describe him to me?"
Rose considered the question.
"He was a normal-looking man, but he had a large moustache, and he was wearing a dark blue suit." But he didn't go into the house with the red door.
I don't think so. He just walked along the street and waved to us.
Maggie looked up, as if about to add something, but Rose spoke first.
That's all, and then he left.
I see. Well, girls, thank you for your help. Laurie turned to Bulmer and shook his head. Then together they left the gardens. They stopped just outside the gate, and Bulmer spoke.
A man in blue and a man in black.
And you in grey and me in brown. What a rainbow of men's fashion this case contains.
You joke, Laurie, but this is serious, isn't it? We've no tangible suspects, and time is passing. What do we do next?
We take it one step at a time, that's all. I would say that next we should pay a visit to... He took the note he'd scribbled earlier from one of his pockets. A Mr. Andrew Sullivan in Hampstead.
Bulmer grunted. The childhood sweetheart. They took a cab to the address in North London where Andrew Sullivan lived with his widowed mother in a house at the top of a hill. They asked the driver to wait for them. It was a modern house opposite a church, all white walls and large windows with a flat roof. The garden in front was overgrown with bushes which concealed a number of sculptures, large, twisted lumps of rock in various shades of grey. It was the end of the afternoon, and the light was beginning to fade. Laurie knocked on the door. 30 seconds passed. Then a towering German maid opened it. They asked to see Mr. Sullivan.
I am afraid not, she said in a frayed accent. Mrs. Sullivan and Mr. Sullivan are not in the country.
They got the story out of her. Young Mr. Sullivan had fallen into a black mood about a month or two before, and his mother had suggested a trip to Europe to take his mind off whatever was bothering him. He'd reluctantly agreed, and they'd left 10 days ago. They confirmed this with the neighbours. No one had seen the Sullivans for more than a week. Disappointed, they returned to the cab.
Well then, where now?
Laurie sighed. Scotland Yard, I suppose. We can look through our notes and see if we've missed anything.
It feels like a long shot.
Laurie gave him a look. God wants justice. Remember that. The next morning, after knocking on every door along Colchester Terrace, they met back at the crime scene. It had become a kind of centre of operations, quiet and confidential. The body had been removed by the police doctor late the previous night. Bulmer was looking out of the window.
The greengrocer was not forthcoming about the man in the black coat. He couldn't tell me anything more, except that he also wore a black hat and black gloves.
Laurie sat with his back against the wall, his eyes closed. Do you think he's lying?
He has no cause to do so. I think he just sees a lot of people. The reason he remembers this particular man is because he was inside the gardens themselves. They ought to be reserved for residents only. But the man wasn't familiar to him.
I see. Well, black gloves are hardly uncommon. Does the greengrocer have an alibi himself?
Only his customers, but there seem to be enough of them.
Bulmer looked at the street below.
Do you think this could have been done by a stranger? If she was standing here preparing for her bath, someone could have seen her from outside.
Opportunistic, you mean? A frenzied fit of madness? It's possible, but that kind of thing is unusual. Normally it takes longer than that to form the desire to kill.
But if they were watching the house and saw the maid leave, they might have concluded it was safe.
Laurie shrugged. Bulmer didn't see him. He was still looking out of the window, and now his eyes had drifted to the gardens, as if they were the heart of this whole affair. Laurie stood up and joined him. The effect was of 2 shutters being closed over the window, leaving the room behind them in darkness. A brown suit and a grey suit blocking the light. Laurie spoke. "One question that we haven't answered is why she took a bath in the first place."
"The mother said her hands were dirty from picking flowers."
"And yet she brought no flowers inside with her. There are empty vases everywhere." Bulmer looked at his colleague, thought about it, and concluded he was right. Then nodded, disappointed with himself. Deduction, the detective's art form, was a skill he could never grasp, and yet every time he saw it happen, it seemed so simple. Just a case of making self-evident statements, the right one for each occasion. He looked at his swollen fists self-consciously.
How else might she have got her hands dirty?
That's just the thing. We have to explain her dirty hands, but we also have to explain the fact that she lied to her mother. Maybe she was hiding something in the gardens.
The big man nodded. "Let's go and look, then."
They spent the next hour searching the gardens, carefully bending flowers and bushes over with gloved hands, stepping on untidy patches of grass and probing the bases of trees. They had the gardens to themselves for the duration of this work, though an audience of curious children formed along the edge of the fence furthest from Colchester Terrace. None of them were permitted to use the park, though they lived nearby, and this solemn spectacle seemed to rectify that injustice slightly. They'd already passed the gossipy details of the girl's death between themselves like a rare and valuable marble. Bulmer ignored them. He was staring in puzzlement at the garish paper plane caught in the branches above his head, wondering both what it was and whether some deduction was possible here. Resisting the urge just to shake the tree with his huge fists and see what fell out, when he heard Laurie calling his name. "Bulmer, over here! I've found something!" Laurie was crouched in a close gathering of plane trees, 3 of them forming a sort of natural tent. It was dark inside. Bulmer approached and saw that Laurie was scratching at the ground with his fingers. "The grass is flattened. Someone has been sitting here. See where it's all torn up? And the bark peeled off the base of this tree. That might be how she got her hands dirty." He pushed the soil around in circles. But what was she doing here? Something that made her feel anxious, clearly. But Bulmer was following a hunch and looking upwards at the 3 trees. He saw what his shorter colleague had missed. There was an old, damp envelope slotted between 2 branches of the tree to Laurie's right, just above head height. It was pushed right in. He leaned over and took it. Laurie had stopped digging and stood up. Bulmer opened the envelope, took out a sheet of paper and read. His eyes lit up with secret pride.
"It's a love letter. From a Richard Parker to Alice Cavendish. There's no date on it."
"Does it have an address?"
"It does indeed."
"Then I would call that a clue." Richard Parker lived in his family home at the foot of the Surrey Hills. The 2 detectives travelled there together. The house came into view as the car crawled haltingly through fields of lavender, like a bead of water trickling down a window pane. Behind the house, a modest palace, the hill sat on the landscape like a crown. It was early in the morning, and they could see their breath on the air. Bulmer was driving. He'd begun the day with great enthusiasm, but was now having doubts about the outcome of this trip. Laurie was right. The letter was a clue. It was so obviously a clue that it seemed it had to be a coincidence. A red herring. Besides, he'd been over it from all angles, and there was nothing to be inferred from it. The man was in love with her. That was all. And that gave them nothing. Not even a motive. They parked at the edge of the grounds and decided to walk the rest of the way. "You can't observe anything through the window of a motor car," said Laurie. Yew trees had been carefully placed along the gravel drive so as to form no discernible pattern. It was supposed to give the approaching visitor a sense of delight, but the effect was disorientating. They looked like the carriages of a derailed train. "This reminds me of something," said Laurie. But Bulmer didn't reply. He had grown sulky, feeling this was all a waste of time. So far out of London, he couldn't even use his hands. They wouldn't stand for such things out here. Or better not to risk it, at least. "I can't for the life of me think what it is," Laurie continued. The whole episode seemed staged, from finding the letter to approaching the estate, an impression compounded when the first figure they came across, a man in oil-stained overalls, fixing a motorbike with a towel spread over the gravel and a selection of tools laid across it like a dentist's tray, turned out to be the person they were looking for. "Richard Parker, how do you do?" He was implausibly good-looking, Bulmer noticed. He wore a leather glove on his left hand. He showed them his uncovered right hand, filthy with engine oil, to illustrate why he couldn't greet them properly. "Forgive me. I would shake hands otherwise." "But you are Richard Parker?" asked Laurie. "I am indeed. How can I help you?" "You weren't what we'd pictured." The young man smiled. "This machine is a hobby of mine. I can change before we talk if it makes you feel more comfortable." "That won't be necessary." "Well then, how can I help you?" "We need to talk to you about Miss Alice Cavendish." Richard nodded. "What about her?" "She's dead," said Laurie. Richard Parker fell to his knees. "Oh, God, that can't be true." Was it just an act? "She was murdered yesterday afternoon." The fallen man let out a cry and brought his hands up to his face. Bulmer and Laurie both noticed something that seemed incomprehensible at first. The glove on his left hand seemed to crumple against his head, as if the hand had passed into his skull. Laurie saw the truth at once. Not unkindly, he took the man's arm and pulled the glove from it. He was missing 3 fingers and a thumb. "What happened to your hand?" The shock of the question, coming out of nowhere, brought Richard back to himself. "The war, of course." He wiped his eyes with the back of his wrist. Laurie and Bulmer looked at each other. They were both thinking of the row of intricate bruises along the arm of Alice Cavendish, where her assailant had pinned her down. This man was innocent. They spent another 40 minutes answering his questions and taking notes on his relationship with Alice and other related matters. Then they left, just as it was starting to rain. They were both wet when they reached the car. Bulmer fumbled the keys from his pocket and let them in. Laurie took off his hat and shook the water from it onto the floor of the vehicle. "It struck me, as we were talking to him, that there is one relative of Alice's we haven't been very thorough with. The sister." "The little girl?" Bulmer looked at him. "But we spoke to her." "We tried," said Laurie, "but her friend did all the talking. I think she was keeping something secret. Perhaps if we talked to her alone." "Don't ask me to use my fists on a child." Laurie shook his head. "I wouldn't dream of it." They drove back to London in silence. At 2 in the afternoon, they returned once again to Colchester Terrace, where the cream-coloured house welcomed them like an old friend. They found Maggie lying in bed with her sickly mother, the 2 of them sleeping peacefully. Bulmer picked up the child and carried her gently into another room, an unused bedroom next to her mother's, where the two men could be alone with her, and propped her up in a corner. Laurie knelt in front of her.
Maggie, it's very important that you concentrate on helping us. We are going to find the person that hurt your sister. But we need to know if you can tell us any more about the man you saw in the square yesterday. Was he wearing a long black coat?
She was crying already, half from sadness and half from the feeling that she'd done something wrong.
No, she shook her head. His clothes were dark blue.
Dark blue, you're sure?
Yes, and brown shoes, and the left leg was wet where he'd stepped in a puddle.
Laurie glanced back at Bulmer.
You watched him quite closely, then?
She answered in a barely audible whisper, the sound of raindrops in flight.
He was a nasty man. He wanted to look at us and ask us horrible questions. That's why he helped Rose fix the aeroplane.
The aeroplane?
Asked Laurie. She nodded again.
That aeroplane?
Asked Bulmer softly. He was looking out of the window at the pointed purple shape that was still stuck in one of the trees. Maggie went to the window to join him.
Yes, that one. He put something inside it.
Laurie turned her towards him and took out a pen and paper.
Tell me anything else you know about him.
20 minutes later, the purple aeroplane dropped artlessly to the ground. Bulmer had tried shaking the whole tree, but in the end, Laurie had climbed along a branch, proving himself to be surprisingly nimble for such a serious-looking man. Neither of the two men were expecting very much as they unfolded the elaborate paper construction and found their prize waiting the nose. A torn calling card, folded into a small white rectangle. Laurie actually laughed at the audacity of it. The tear left a first name, an initial, and 2 letters of a surname printed on the card. Michael P. Ch. Underneath was the one word, theatre. It was printed in black on a white board. Laurie held it up to the light.
Well, he said, this is a promising line of inquiry.
It took half a day to locate the careless man in the dark blue suit with his ruined brown shoes. His name was Michael Percy Christopher, theatrical agent. They found him at the New City Theatre in the West End. Laurie and Bulmer didn't return to Colchester Terrace after that. The rest of the case was worked out in a dank cell in Scotland Yard, where the man's distinctive blue suit grew stained and dirty against a background of cold grey bricks, while his fair hair grew matted with sweat and blood. They'd cornered him at his place of work, a small office above a dimly lit hall behind a pub, the walls loud with laughter and the floor wet with spilled drink. He had begun by denying he'd been anywhere near the gardens at all on the day in question, then had refused to explain when shown the card he'd inadvertently left there. That stubborn attitude was enough to justify an arrest, and they'd left him in darkness for 5 hours while the two of them went over his background. He'd been in trouble with the police before. There were numerous reports of him exposing himself to women and young children. Nothing had ever been proven, but the suspicion alone was enough for some members of the public. His body was covered in scars from the times he'd been caught and confronted. Everyone who knew him, and they talked to as many as they could find, would nod in acknowledgement of these rumours. They returned to his cell and found him lying on the damp, hard ground, his narrow head cushioned by a small patch of moss.
Mr. Christopher, isn't it time you told us the truth?
He had no specific alibi for the time of the murder. He just said that he liked to take walks around London, tipping his hat to all the people he passed. Bulmer laughed in his face. They considered bringing the young girl in to identify him, but decided that was unnecessary. His presence at the scene of crime was irrefutable. All they needed was one more thing to link him to the actual killing. They brought the black glove into his cell and forced it on him, after Bulmer had bent each finger back in turn to keep him from balling his hand into a fist. It fitted well enough.
"I'm being framed!" he cried.
They searched his home for the second glove, but concluded he must have disposed of it. There were a multitude of scratches and bruises on his arms. Laurie was dissatisfied. "The evidence is overwhelming, but I find I want a confession." Bulmer agreed.
"We still don't know why he did it or how it happened. All we have is an evil little man making very little sense."
"I think it's time, Bulmer."
"Because theories are never facts."
The two detectives shook hands. Laurie unlocked the cell, the key slippery with his nervousness, and took a deep, doubtful breath, as if he were letting a lion out of its cage. Bulmer stepped into the cell, pulling on a pair of brown leather gloves. Laurie watched through the bars of the cell. Bulmer lifted the alleged killer up against the wall and limited himself to his fists. Bloodstains bloomed like flowers from the cracks between the bricks. After 10 minutes, he stepped outside for a break, leaving the suspect to contemplate his options.
"He's held out so far," said Bulmer to Laurie.
"It's only been 10 minutes.
"That's often enough. I might have to try more extreme measures."
"If it's necessary, I will back you up. This is a murder case, after all, not a simple robbery." Bulmer smoked a cigarette and then stepped back inside. This time, he carried a razor blade. Over the course of the next 30 minutes, Michael Christopher lost successively, and to varying degrees of permanence, the sensation of taste in his mouth, 2 front teeth and 1 back tooth, the unobstructed use of his right eye, a mass of hair, an eyebrow and his slight moustache, a single fingernail, 1/4 of an inch of his lower lip, and the ability to lift anything with 3 of the fingers on his left hand. Laurie's face showed no compassion as he watched this unfold between the black strips of shadow, only calculation. After half an hour of screaming, the accused was ready to confess. He slumped to the ground.
"It's true. I killed her."
"How did you do it?"
"I drowned her in the bathtub."
"You saw her at the window?"
"I saw her at the window. I'm a weak man."
He spat out a lump of blood.
"I watched the maid sneak out and knew the house was empty. I crept up the staircase and killed her."
Bulmer stared down at him, satisfied. As he left the cage, Laurie patted him warmly on the back. "We have saved lives today, Sergeant Bulmer. I think you and I deserve a drink." Later that evening, Michael Percy Christopher tied one arm of his dirty blue suit jacket around his long neck and threaded the other through a gap in the wall bracket, holding the bars of the cell in place. He hanged himself with his knees bent and his toes touching the floor, which was an effort that required a constant renewal of willpower, like desperately trying to sleep when not at all tired. It took him 20 painful minutes to accomplish. One of the uniformed officers that haunted the building knocked on the door to Laurie's office to deliver the news. It was almost midnight. Detective Inspector Laurie bowed his head, made the sign of the cross, and thanked the man for informing him. Bulmer had left already, tired from his exertions. He would find out in the morning and would probably be pleased. It was the best outcome, all things considered. There was enough evidence for the murder now to be treated as solved, without the need for a tedious trial, and it had taken less than a week. Justice was swift, in the right hands. He lit a cigar to celebrate and poured himself a whiskey. All alone, he looked around his office, austere and secretive like himself. On a shelf on the opposite wall stood his collection of detective novels and stories, 15 tattered volumes in total. On the far right was the one he'd taken from Mr. Cavendish's study, with a little sleight of hand, as a souvenir of the case. He raised his glass to the electric light, the liquid a sickly, satisfying orange. To justice, he said to himself, to finding the perfect suspect. And thank God for that, he thought. Mr. Christopher had come along just at the right time. What a damn fool. A donkey just asking to be loaded with guilt, laden with blame, and frankly deserving it too. The perfect person to accuse. Because, in a detective story, Laurie knew, you sometimes had to suspect the detectives, and he didn't want that to happen, not at all. Not when he'd put so much time into it, covered his tracks so well. He'd chosen that square so carefully, somewhere that nobody really lingered, but where several people passed through each hour. The long black coat, so that if remembered at all, he was remembered simply as a man in black. The hat and brown scarf to hide his face. Nobody had even noticed the scarf. And Alice Cavendish herself, selected carefully and patiently. An astonishingly beautiful girl who went to the gardens every day and sat down in secret, hidden between 3 trees. That was where he would have done it, quickly, before she could cry out. But her little sister and that other girl had been there. He thought he'd lost his chance. Then he'd seen her by the bathroom window, closing the curtains. And that's when the maid left, so there it was. One quick, thrilling glimpse of her naked body in the bath, and then the act of drowning. Leaving the glove was a masterful touch. Its sinister implications would be recognized immediately. Here was a random, meaningless and repeatable crime, one of great horror, which he would be called to investigate. His reputation practically guaranteed it. And so it had happened. The letter, too. He thought hiding that would make it easy to blame the love interest, but that didn't work out. Then Mr. Christopher came along, with a wealth of evidence against him. And so she was Laurie's now, on a slab in the cold police morgue downstairs, for him to visit at will. Chapter 6. The Third Conversation. Julia Hart drank from her wineglass and finished reading. And so she was Laurie's now, on a slab in the cold police morgue downstairs, for him to visit at will. The sun had finally set, and the evening sky was almost black. The bright early moon was duplicated in 3 white plates that lay across their table like an ellipsis. With a look of pain, Grant removed an olive stone from his mouth and placed it on the edge of his plate. "That was an unpleasant story," he said. "I don't care for that one." They'd both had mussels, and the middle plate was scattered with mismatched shells, the long black fingernails of mythical creatures. Grant had left half of his food unfinished after becoming distracted several times and letting things congeal, so out of politeness, Julia had left a small amount of hers to match. Now the 3 plates sat between them, a testament to their strange new relationship as author and editor. Julia took the napkin from her lap and wiped her mouth. The description of the murder makes for slightly uncomfortable reading, that's true, and the torture at the end is brutal. Grant snorted sarcastically. I found it all quite distasteful. Not just the violence. There were no likeable characters and the setting was tawdry. London, of all places. Julia smiled. You almost sound offended. But it was you that wrote it. That is true. But I was young and foolish at the time. He laughed and prodded the air with a toothpick to emphasize his point. Some of these stories seem frivolous to me now. Doesn't that one strike you as rather sordid? Not really. I think that when you're reading about death as entertainment, it should leave you feeling slightly uncomfortable, even slightly sick. I thought that was perhaps the point. That's a generous interpretation, said Grant. Isn't it more likely that I was just a morbid young man? You would know better than me. But I can understand, after that one, why you had to publish the book privately. It was both too explicit and too academic for mainstream publication. An unusual pairing. Julia took another sip of wine. And you never wrote anything else after that? If no one was willing to publish the work, what was the point in continuing? Times have changed, at least. Well, he shrugged, I will take your word on that. Julia picked up her glass and offered a toast. To a productive first day. He raised his wineglass and touched it to hers. And may tomorrow be the same. After concluding their work on the second story earlier that afternoon, Grant had told her that he usually slept for an hour or two while the day was at its hottest. He'd offered her a spare room if she was inclined to do the same. But she had felt the weight of work pressing down on her, so instead she'd walked out along the sands and hidden from the sun in the shadow of a slight cliff. There she'd worked on the next few stories until he'd woken up a couple of hours later. By then it was late afternoon and they were both hungry. She'd offered to buy him dinner. We can read the next story while we eat. So they'd walked for 15 minutes to a nearby restaurant, ending up not far from Julia's hotel. They'd sat outside on a terrace overlooking the sea. There were 2 other guests sitting a few tables away from them, so Julia had read the story quietly, almost in a whisper. I suppose I'm desensitized to the violence, she said, draining her glass. I must have read about 300 crime novels in the last few years. Grant's eyes widened. 300 crime novels. He swirled his wineglass anxiously, as if he found the number intimidating. That is a lot. It's not such a surprise, surely. You knew that this was my job. I suppose, he said, but I can't say I'd really considered it. You probably have more to say about these stories than I do. The uncomfortable heat of the morning had put her in a drowsy mood for most of the day. Now she was feeling slightly guilty about it, so she was trying her hardest to appear enthusiastic. Your explanations have been very helpful. He took another drink. Thank you. She picked up her notebook. And now you can continue to help me by explaining the structural significance of that story. I assume it lies in the fact that Inspector Lorry is both detective and suspect. Yes, that's right. He's an evil little man, isn't he? In the story we read earlier this afternoon, the victim was also a suspect. In this one, the detective is also a suspect. And that brings us to our third ingredient. Julia nodded. A detective? Yes, or group of detectives. Those characters that are trying to solve the crime.
I considered this one to be optional, which is to say that the group of detectives can have nobody in it. That's why I usually talk of murder mysteries instead of detective stories. Sometimes there simply isn't a detective. So we make no restriction on the size of the group. It can even be 0, and we allow it to overlap with a group of suspects, as it does here. It can also overlap with a group of victims, though it's harder to make that work. She was writing all of this down, her hands steady despite the drink. Suspects, victims, and detectives. The first 3 ingredients of a murder mystery. Yes. He cleared his throat. The wine had made him bold. And now it's your turn. She looked up from her notebook. What do you mean? To explain something to me. That's our routine, isn't it? I talk about the theory, and then you talk about the little details I've forgotten. She looked down again and continued writing. Surely, Julia, you spotted an inconsistency in this story. She didn't look up from the page, but the side of her mouth drew back in amusement. It's as if you're testing me. Did you plant the puzzles in these stories as some kind of trap for me to fall into? Not at all. He grinned. I would have put them there as a joke, nothing more. They're testing my observational skills to the limit, I have to admit. Luckily, I'm an obsessive taker of notes. And what did you notice this time? Julia stopped writing and made eye contact with him. Well, since you mention it, there is something that I noticed about this story. A discrepancy, let's call it. He took the toothpick from his mouth. Let's have it, then. Julia tapped the table as she spoke. The description of the man in blue at the start is contradicted in every single detail by the description of the man in blue at the end. Ah, said Grant. That is interesting, isn't it? If you go back and read carefully, you'll see he changes from a round face with dark hair, an elaborate moustache and a short neck, to a fair, narrow face with a long neck and a modest moustache, and there's no explanation for it. Yes, I see, said Grant, looking out at the water. That one could easily have been a mistake. But I think you're right, it probably wasn't. Julia scribbled something in her notebook. It pains me slightly to leave it uncorrected, but taken together with the inconsistencies in the other stories, it seems to fit the pattern. Yes, I think so too. What a wicked sense of humour I had in those days. Julia sighed, suddenly exhausted. Let's leave it there and call it a day, shall we? I'd like to put away my pen and pour myself another glass of wine, if you don't mind. Please, he said, finish it off. And she emptied the carafe into her glass, thinking of the work she still had to do. Then she sat back and looked at the stars. What is so special about this island, Grant? He seemed surprised by the question. What do you mean? It's beautiful. Yes, but it's so quiet, so lonely. Don't you ever get tempted to leave? Never. All my memories are here. She swallowed another mouthful of wine. You're a very mysterious man. I shall take that as a compliment. You're a spy, that's what I think. Working on some secret project. Or you're on the run from the law. She slurred this last word slightly so that it lasted for almost a second. Are you willing to talk, now that you've had something to drink? About what? About the White murder. The strangling of Elizabeth White near the Spaniards Inn on Hampstead Heath in August of 1940, and why you named the book after it. Grant raised his tired eyebrows. I told you everything I know about that earlier. It's just a coincidence. Then the alcohol hasn't brought it all back to you? I wasn't aware that was one of the side effects of alcohol.
Julia shrugged. It stimulates the mind.
It stimulates the imagination, clearly.
It's true that I'm a little drunk. She raised her glass. But it didn't take much to spot the juxtaposition. This morning I asked why you'd run away to this island. You wouldn't tell me. And this afternoon I pointed out the link between your book and an unsolved murder. So are those things all related? Is that why you're here?
He almost laughed. You think I'm the murderer?
I don't know what I think. I'm just asking the obvious question.
Then you ought to reconsider your detective work. You're suggesting that I killed someone, then wrote a book with a name just like the one given to the murder, and several years later I went on the run.
Well, do you have an alibi?
Grant smiled. Not off the top of my head, no.
Then you can prove your innocence by telling me the real reason you came to this island. You left your wife and job and came to live as a hermit out here. But why?
His smile straightened. That got very personal very quickly. Julia noticed that his hand was clenched tight around the stem of his wineglass, shaking slightly.
Yes, she said, but I'm not just making small talk. In a sense, by publishing this book, we're going into business together. I have to be able to trust you.
Grant shook his head. I don't want to talk about things that happened more than 20 years ago. He lifted his hands defensively, his wineglass in one of them. You can ask me about anything else. He dropped his hands to the table, but the movement was clumsy and a shard broke off from the foot of the glass where it hit the hard surface. It spun across the tablecloth and came to a stop in front of Julia, visible only as a tangle of translucent lines above the white material.
You haven't remarried in 20 years. Can I ask about that?
Grant put down the broken glass and began to tear open the few remaining muscles with his fingernails, a useless compulsion. No, you cannot.
Why don't you write any more?
It's late. These questions are making me tired. The last shell refused to open, so to add the final full stop to the conversation, Grant picked up the middle plate from the table in front of him and emptied it over the railing, sending the mussels spinning towards the sea. There followed the scattered sounds of the shells raining on the rocks and a loud clunk as he dropped the plate back on the table. Julia closed her notebook. Chapter 7. An Inferno in Theatreland. At first, the fire was just a string of smoke drifting from a second-story window, with a few passers-by pointing at it and commenting. It looked like somebody was flying a kite. Then it thickened to a single perfect curl that could have been taken straight from a shampoo advertisement. It soon spread beyond that one window, and the whole top half of the building seemed to grow mouldy with smoke. After that it moved quickly. Complex, branching trees of dense black smoke began to emerge, blossoming in the fertile, sweltering heat. The building was one of London's largest, grandest department stores, with thousands of people inside and a fortune in clothes and furniture. And it seemed about to be crushed by a huge demonic hand, the slim fingers scratching at the sky. Helen Garrick, sitting alone at a table for two, had watched this over the last half hour. The slight twist in the road meant that although the fire was on the same side of the street and about 200 yards away, she could see it quite clearly from her seat by the window. To begin with, it had seemed a kind of entertainment, a welcome distraction from dining by herself.
But when the first body had crawled from the building after the initial evacuation, an elderly man in a porter's uniform who had been trampled in the rush, she found herself feeling terribly guilty and ashamed, and barely able to eat her main course. A few noodles, that was all. But as grotesque as that sight was, it was nothing compared to the horror towards the top of the building, where the last 2 rows of windows showed the looping, ineffectual activity of people coming to realise they were trapped. They were screaming and smashing the glass, and repeatedly leaning out and looking down, but there was nowhere for them to go. And Helen realised then that although the fire had initially looked quite harmless, a string of colourless bunting blowing about in the wind, there must have been people trapped inside from the start, as soon as the single staircase filled up with smoke. Any lingering excitement turned to shame at that point, and she ate the rest of her meal with tears in her eyes. The crackle of conversation from inside the restaurant provided a fitting soundtrack to the fire outside, a mix of loud voices and the low, continuous hum of chaos, while the repeated tapping of a spoon against a wine glass gave a good imitation of an alarm. The tapping continued until the sounds of the restaurant died down, and the manager was left standing in a silent room with everybody staring at him, like a circus performer about to eat a giant glass egg. "Ladies and gentlemen," he gesticulated with the glass and spoon, "do we have a doctor dining with us this evening?" He was needle-thin, with a strong accent and an impish beard. Nobody stirred. "Or an off-duty policeman?" There was an evasive swell. "A man of military rank, perhaps?" A gentle muttering, but nothing conclusive. "Someone who holds an unspecified position of responsibility in the community?" Still the room was silent. "Very good. Please inform your waiter, should the situation change." He bowed briefly and left them to their meals. "Want someone to help with an evacuation?" A man at the table next to Helen sat back and offered his judgment, "in case it comes to it." That can't possibly be right, she thought. The fire was still 200 yards away. If they evacuated here, why not the whole of West London? A waiter was passing by her table. She held her hand up to catch his attention. He leaned down to her. "Is everything all right, madame?" She'd felt a great deal of sympathy for the restaurant manager. She knew what it was like to ask for volunteers and not receive any. It was a boulder that you'd push to the top of a hill, rolling back down to the bottom, leaving you standing at the blackboard about to cry. And behind that was the knowledge that you'd now have to pick on somebody and spend the rest of the day feeling mean. Was it the sympathy that inspired her to put herself forward, or the guilt she'd been wallowing in for the last 20 minutes? Or was it that wicked impulse to do the thing least expected of her, which overcame her sometimes? Perhaps a mix of all three. She spoke discreetly. "You might let your colleague know that I'm a teacher at a girls' school in Guildford, if that's any use to him. I assume he wanted a man." She was led to the restaurant manager, Mr. Lau, feeling like a sacrificial victim, or as if she was 13 again and being sent to the headmistress. Since she was new to her profession, she often spent her time weighing her behaviour against her own experiences of school, which, after all, weren't so far in the past, with the sisters still haunting the edges of her infrequent nightmares. And she definitely felt the same apprehension now as she had done on those occasions, and the same underlying embarrassment which always came with a vague sense that she wasn't wearing the right clothes. He stood waiting for her in a hidden corner of the restaurant, at the bottom of a staircase richly carpeted in deep red, like a tongue hanging down from the floor above. "Mr. Lau?" The staircase disappeared into darkness behind him. He drew her up a few steps so that they could talk more privately, leaving her standing slightly beneath him with his willowy figure floating against the red background. It gave him the look of a preacher or a judge. "Madame," he bowed, his gesticulations filling the width of the staircase. Helen Garrick." She offered her hand. He kissed it. "You would hope to find at least one honourable person in any crowded restaurant, but I must admit I was doubtful." "You're welcome," she said, relieved to find him speaking to her as an equal, forgetting her daydreams of being disciplined. "How may I help you?" "I must ask you to perform a rather delicate task." He seemed hesitant. "You will have the eternal gratitude of this establishment." "Is it to do with the fire down the street?" "The fire? No, not directly. The fire is smoke and mirrors, a distraction." "Oh," said Helen, slightly disappointed. He stared at the carpet with a studied look of concern, twisting his beard between his fingertips. "These are troubling times. I am sad to say there has been a death on the premises." Helen gasped. "Oh, gosh!" "We have a number of private rooms upstairs. One of them is in use this evening for what I believe is a birthday party. A happy occasion. But the host has been killed. Murdered, to be precise." The word sounded glorious in his decorous accent, with both syllables equally stressed. "Murdered?" Her eyes widened. What exactly was he going to ask of her? "But then you must fetch the police." "We have a telephone. I have just spoken to the police." He began to sound tense. "The situation is a little difficult. They will send somebody, of course, but every policeman in the area is currently busy with the fire outside, closing roads and evacuating buildings, I understand. Something of an emergency." She nodded. "Of course. Until that situation is under control, it is apparently unthinkable that they could spare anyone to secure our crime scene. I was asked to arrange that myself." "Oh." She began to see where this was going. "They told me it is not, strictly speaking, urgent, since no one is in immediate danger." "Well, that's for the best, at least." "I do not have the staff to spare," he continued. "Several who should have turned up by now have been delayed by the fire. I explained this to the police. They told me that any doctor or teacher would suffice, just to keep an eye on things until they arrive." She felt sure they wouldn't have said teacher, but didn't challenge him. "Yes, I understand." There was no chance of her refusing now, even if it meant missing her train. "What exactly do I have to do?" "Simply keep watch, to make sure that the crime scene is undisturbed, that none of the guests tamper with it or leave. It should only be for a short time." "The guests are still there." She tried to hide her disappointment. She'd had visions of herself drinking wine alone with a corpse, watching the sun set. "5 of them. We will turn away any others that arrive. But I was asked to make sure that none of the 5 leave until an officer has recorded their details." "And was the murderer one of them?" Mr. Lau gave a long and thoughtful sigh. "It's possible, yes. But I wouldn't ask you to do this if I felt there was any danger. Just stick with the group, and there will be safety in numbers." "All right." Helen was suddenly nervous. In her head, she was cursing herself for offering to help. She thought it would be something that could be finished with quickly. Mr. Lau took her hand. "Madame,
I will of course invite you back here on a date of your choosing to dine with us once again. To dine with me personally, and there will be no charge, as there will be none today.
Thank you, she said weakly.
I will be down here if you need me. All you have to do is call out.
And with that, he led her up the blood-rich staircase and opened the door that faced them at the top. As they stepped side by side through the doorway, their combined shape contracted, like a hand forming a fist or a throat in the act of swallowing. This time, the sense of being led to a sacrifice was more apt. The 5 guests stood in a half-circle around the room, a skyline of human flesh, and looked inquisitively at Helen, wondering who she was and what potential she provided. A few glances were exchanged between them. Then there was a kind of click, and the whole scene came to life. Mr. Lau stepped forward to speak.
I have talked with the police on the telephone.
There was a swell of interest from the 5 assorted faces.
They will be here soon.
He paced a little, like a man on stage.
They request that all of you remain here until an officer arrives, but the fire is slowing things down. Miss Garrick is here on their behalf.
He waved his hand. 10 eyes looked at her.
She will be taking charge in the meantime and ensuring that nothing is moved or interfered with, and that nobody leaves.
This handover, from a natural authority figure to a pretender, would have had more impact if she hadn't been standing directly behind him, eclipsed by his slim form. She felt like a magic trick that had gone wrong. She stepped forward slightly. The 5 guests were formed of a very glamorous man and woman, evidently some kind of couple, standing nearest to the door, another man and woman standing slightly more awkwardly next to one another at the furthest corner of the room, and a third woman leaning against the wall. The glamorous woman spoke to Mr. Lau, ignoring Helen.
Can't we go outside for some air while it's still light, and come back when the police have managed to find their way here?
Mr. Lau smiled patiently. He took a step backwards.
I am afraid that is impossible. I have been given instructions to detain you on the premises.
It's absurd, said the same woman, her voice sultry and disbelieving. It's obscene to be trapped in here with a dead body not 10 yards away. The woman in the corner, weak-looking, with large blue eyes and a dark blue dress, cried out at this image and leaned for support on the man standing beside her. She hooked her hand over his shoulder and rested her head on her forearm. It was clear that they weren't romantically involved. The man wore a brown suit. He had dark, bushy eyebrows, and his hair was a wiry grey, though he couldn't have been more than 40. This is just like a school trip, thought Helen. There'd been a visit to St. Albans at the start of the summer. She'd had to march a whole crowd of young girls, 25 or so, from the train station out to the Roman ruins, their bobbing heads a mosaic of precocious haircuts. On that trip, Helen had learned of and come to hate the various types of troublemaker that were endemic to such outings, and these people here were no different. The woman who had spoken was the calm, seemingly reasonable kind that would instinctively balk at authority and use her constant questions as a means of disruption. That type could never be argued with. It was like talking to the tide. I agree with you, said Helen. I don't like being here myself, but we should do as we've been told. The woman in blue, her eyes ringed with tears, spoke up at this.
You might say that, but you haven't seen the body. You haven't seen what it did to him.
The sultry woman smiled and looked at Helen. And who are you exactly? You're not with the police.
I've just come up here to keep watch. Helen laughed and risked a joke. I suppose I'm more sober than most of you. There was no response. A slight creak came from behind her. She turned around. Mr. Lau, evidently satisfied with the situation, was creeping out of the room. He bowed at an angle so slight it was almost invisible, then opened the door and departed. Helen turned back to the room. The 5 faces were still staring at her. The glamorous woman's partner, an attractive young man with a pile of soft blonde hair above his well-defined features, stepped forward with a charming smile and extended his hand. "Where are my manners? My name is Griff Banks." They shook hands warmly. "Thank you. I'm Helen." She turned to the others. This situation was familiar to her. "Perhaps you could all tell me your names." Griff stepped back and put an arm around the woman beside him, who looked away. "This here is Scarlett." Helen turned to the other couple, who was scruffy in comparison. The man in brown was staring out of the window, presumably looking at the fire, with the daylight tangled in his thinning hair. He turned slowly towards Helen, as if dragging himself away from the critical moment of a boxing match, and seemed for a few seconds to have forgotten his lines. "Oh, my name is Andrew Cotter. I'm pleased to meet you." He gave a smile that showed off his bad teeth and squeezed his weeping companion as if she was an overripe fruit. All the sadness seemed to spill out of her as her blue dress crumpled. "This is my sister, Vanessa. I'm sorry, she's taken this very badly." "Oh, that's nothing to apologize about," said Helen. She was, in fact, wondering why the others hadn't taken it worse. Shock, she supposed. Vanessa dried her eyes and walked over to shake Helen's hand, moving with a slight limp. "Nice to meet you." Helen turned to where the 3rd woman was standing nervously in a green dress, the bookend of the group, drinking a glass of cold black wine in the shadows. She put down the glass on one of several small tables scattered around the room and cleared her throat. "Hello. My name is Wendy Copeland." Not knowing what to do next, she waved indistinctly at the other guests. "Hello, everybody." "Thank you," said Helen. "And might someone tell me where the body is? I'm afraid I've been given very little information." Griff raised his hand. "He's in the lavatory." "Will you show me, if you don't mind?" He frowned. "Are you sure? It's not pleasant." Helen was guided mostly by morbid curiosity, but she also felt that, if pressed, she could argue that she had to know the extent of the crime scene to be able to keep a watch on it, so she was unusually insistent. "Yes, please, I am sure." Griff looked her up and down. "Well then," he said, and turned to the wall that was on her left. He opened the small door there. Helen went to join him. Scarlett, left alone by the window, watched the 2 of them suspiciously. The room was larger than she'd expected, with a sink and mirror opposite the door and the toilet against the right-hand wall. Between the 2 was a small broken window. There was a shelf stocked with miniature towels to the right of the toilet and a bin next to the door. Underlining all of these features was the body itself, lying diagonally across the floor with its head at the end nearest to them. It was the body of a man, lying on his back, with his face covered by a black suit jacket, which had been removed and placed back to front on top of him. A channel of lumpy blood ran down it, from roughly where his chin would be, as if he'd recently eaten something indigestible and spat it all back up again. "Who is he?" she asked.
"That's our host, Harry Traynor, the playwright. Today is his birthday."
She knelt down to lift the jacket and saw underneath it the face of a man in his late 30s, a pale, unmarked face ringed with a neat beard and sideburns. He was looking slightly to the left, with his whole head tilted that way. The back of his skull had been beaten in and now sat against the ground at a slant. A pool of thick blood gave him a dark, bitter halo. She put a finger and thumb on either side of his forehead and tried tilting it in both directions, noting the uneven way it rolled over the tiles. Surrounding the body was a wide pattern of bloodstains. "You found him like this?"
"We found him lying on his front. The wound at the back of his head was unbearable, so we rolled him onto his back. We checked his pulse. Then we took his jacket off to cover him, but everything else is untouched."
None of his clothes were undone. He doesn't look like somebody about to use the toilet.
"No, the murderer must have struck quickly."
Unless he'd just finished. She stood up. "Poor Harry."
"I think that's everything,"
said Griff, moving towards the door. Helen was wavering on whether to leave it there or to ask him more questions. Her instinct was to indulge his impatience, but she also knew that if she could absorb as many details as possible now, it might help her later when the witnesses themselves had grown hazy. So this was his birthday party?
Griff sighed. "A small gathering. He wasn't an easy man to get along with, but a few of us liked him."
"May I ask which one of you discovered the body?"
"All of us, I suppose. Harry had excused himself. At some point we realised he'd been gone quite a long time. We knocked, and there was no reply. So I broke open the door."
She turned round and examined the lock. It was a simple bolt. A metal bracket that was nailed to the doorframe had been forced out of the wood by about an inch. It now hung precariously from the ends of its 2 nails, like something walking on stilts. "So all 5 of you were here when the body was discovered?"
"Yes." He shrugged as if he hadn't given it much thought. "I believe so."
"But there were no restaurant staff present?"
"No, we'd only just arrived. I think some food was due to be served later, but while people were coming in, they just left us alone with a lot of wine."
She stepped over to the window. At first glance, it seemed like it overlooked a yard hidden behind the street. But in fact, it was set into the side of the building and opened onto the flat roof of the neighbouring shop. If the door was locked from the inside, the killer must have left through the window.
"Yes, and come in that way too."
She pictured the culprit waiting on the rooftop, in full view of the buildings opposite, peeking into the loo whenever they heard a sound from inside. Griff went on.
"Harry had his share of detractors, like I said. I don't know who else he invited to this gathering, but lots of people must have known about it. It would have been easy enough for one of them to climb up onto that roof and lie in wait for him. He'd have to use the toilet eventually."
She thought the image was slightly absurd. "But you didn't see anyone?"
"I'm afraid not."
She inspected the window. Most of the glass was gone from it, and the sharp fragments covered the sill and the floor below. It had been smashed in from the outside. With her handkerchief, she picked out a triangle of glass that was still in the frame. There was blood on the tip. Somebody cut themselves.
"Be careful,"
he said. She lowered her head and peered outside. There was a rusty-looking hammer at the other side of the roof, but she felt that it was beyond her remit to climb outside and retrieve it.
A black cat sat next to it, licking its paws, its fur darkened with ash. The day was warm, and the sky above the rooftops was covered with wispy black clouds. I wonder if he suffered much. Griff became agitated. This conversation is getting too morbid. Harry would want us to be celebrating his life, not picturing his death. I'm sorry, said Helen. She had little interaction with men in her day-to-day life, and it made her anxious when their mood shifted like this, though she supposed that she had spoken insensitively. She took a last look around the room, trying to take in all the details. The cramped space was beginning to smell of smoke. Do you think we should block that window? All of this will be covered in ash before long. I know just the thing, said Griff. He left and returned with 2 large rectangular wine lists. They slotted perfectly into the frame, and the few lingering fragments of glass held them in place. She smiled demurely. Thank you for all of your help. Griff, isn't it? Please, Harry was my friend, if there's anything I can do to help. And they shook hands again. He squeezed her fingers as he let go. And now that I've transferred all of that knowledge to somebody else's brain, I can finally have a drink. When Helen emerged from the toilet with Griff, she found Andrew Carter waiting outside. My sister is feeling faint. Can you help her? Of course, she said. It was a common occurrence at school. He led her to a table where Vanessa Carter was sitting. Helen tilted her forward, then poured her a glass of water. Andrew watched her work. She's not normally like this, you know. Helen wasn't used to people justifying themselves to her. She found it embarrassing. That's quite all right, really. It's a perfectly reasonable reaction. But then this isn't a normal crime, as you've probably noticed. Helen sensed that he wanted to tell her something. How do you mean? Did the crime scene strike you as unusual? She tried to look thoughtful. It seems the killer came in through the window, but it's hard to imagine how they could have taken Harry by surprise that way. In other words, Andrew was nodding with an enthusiasm he tried to portray as weary resignation. The crime is impossible. Or they could have reached through the window and hit him with something. Andrew gripped the table, giving his slightly wild appearance its full effect. There is something we must tell you, but until you'd acknowledged the impossibility of the crime, we didn't think we'd be believed. Helen didn't know how to react to that. She laughed nervously. I will try, she said. What Griff won't have told you, said Andrew, a quick look of contempt passing over his face, is that just before it happened, there was a terrible, inhuman wail. It was quiet, but lasted almost a minute. The sound was identical to the screech of a giant hound. Helen tried to disguise her interest. When was that exactly? Just before it happened, you said. But before what? About 3 minutes before we all noticed his absence. Only Vanessa and I heard it. Vanessa raised her head from her knees. Colour had returned to her face. I saw it, she said. She seemed to be speaking earnestly. It came from the fire. I was at the window, watching the first flames take hold, and suddenly it just jumped out. A giant black dog, indistinct and phosphorescent, as if it was made of smoke. Her blue eyes were wide. Something ungodly has happened here today. Helen spoke in a very neutral tone. You think he was killed by a spirit? When she was at school, ghosts and spirits had formed a sort of currency with which the girls could buy each other's interest. They were rumoured to be everywhere. But Helen had never seen anything herself, just occasional shapes in the darkness, and of course the sisters prowling the dim corridors. And even at her most credulous, she'd never heard of a ghost doing something as direct as what they seemed to be suggesting, beating a man to death with a hammer.
No, said Vanessa. Most likely he was killed by a human hand, but one directed and assisted by something malign. The devil himself, perhaps.
Harry, said Andrew, was a thoughtful man. I'm in the theatre myself. We would talk about the craft for hours at a time. I considered him a friend, but there was an immorality to the rest of his life that I could not abide. It was all about drink and women. Even my sister wasn't safe from it.
Vanessa looked at the floor, ashamed.
He was very charming when I first met him. I was young, and he was dazzling.
What we believe to have happened, Andrew continued, is that the fire down the road briefly became a doorway to hell, and the devil saw a chance to take back one of his own.
Helen nodded, insincerely. She let a period of time pass, then dared to ask a question. You mentioned women. Has there been a woman in his life recently? Andrew shook his head. He looked at Vanessa. She shrugged.
Not that we know of.
What about her? She's here alone. Discreetly, Helen indicated the other guest, whom she hadn't yet talked to.
We don't know her, said Andrew.
Was she with you when you found the body?
Yes, she was, he said. At least, I think she was.
Helen moved a table in front of the toilet door and brought a chair over to it. She poured herself a glass of wine and sat down, then closed her eyes. She tried to picture the different ways the crime could, in theory, have been committed, in case Mr. Lau asked for her impressions later. The sound of soft voices almost lulled her to sleep. She opened her eyes. Wendy, the shy woman in the green dress, was still hovering at the opposite side of the room. Helen caught her attention and waved her over. Wendy arrived at the table, smiling gratefully. It's hard to be at a party and not know anyone. Helen smiled back. Should this still be considered a party with everything that's happened? Wendy gave no answer. Well, I can imagine it's even harder with the responsibility you've been given, keeping order when everything outside is chaos. I'm Helen. She offered her hand. Wendy, pleased to meet you. I've been wondering if I ought to come over for the last 20 minutes or so. I'm glad you did. How do you know these people? Oh, I'm an actor. She looked embarrassed. Well, as a hobby, really. We're all actors, I think. The thing is, I don't really know any of this lot. I just knew Harry. Helen sat up straight, interested to learn that she wasn't the only one isolated here. Things had moved so quickly, it hadn't occurred to her that this small group were just the first few people at a party thrown together by punctuality and might not all know each other. Please, do sit down. Wendy pulled up a chair and joined her in a glass of wine. I take it you don't normally play a detective. Both women had been here before, sitting at the edges of a gathering and seeking solidarity with their fellow introverts. The feeling was comforting and familiar, and Helen laughed at the question. No, I'm a teacher. Oh, that must be nice. She thought about saying no, that it was often hellish, and that the grid of girls seated in front of her every day, with their precocious attitudes and withering observations, felt like the bars of her cage. But she was no more capable of expressing any such thing than she was suited to the profession itself. "Yes," she replied, "it can be very rewarding."
"Listen, I might as well tell you this, though I haven't told anyone else."
Wendy took her hand and spoke in a strong whisper.
"Harry and I were engaged to be married."
She held up a finger with an ill-fitting ring looped around the base, a minimal silver band. It was smeared with condensation and sweat.
"It's too large, I know. It belonged to his mother. She was a much bigger woman than me. But men don't understand these things, do they?"
She half smiled, defeated by the implausibility of her own words.
"Well, you're the first person I've told."
Helen looked at Wendy with a kind of awe, her mind brimming with questions and clichés. "I'm so sorry for your loss."
"Oh, that,"
Wendy frowned.
"It's a little more complicated than that, I have to say."
Helen said nothing.
"I'm not from London, you see. I met Harry when he was in Manchester for a play about 2.5 months ago. It was a sort of whirlwind romance. It only lasted a fortnight. Then we got engaged. This was to be the glorious occasion where we told everyone, all of his friends at least. But it seems I got here too late."
"Yes, I should say so. You have my condolences."
"Thank you."
Wendy spoke tentatively, unsure of her own response.
"I know it's awful. I should be a shivering wreck. The thing is, it was all so quick. I've been having second thoughts for the whole 2 months since we made the engagement. That's 4 times the time spent on love, spent on doubt. Do you understand? Then, whenever I told people about the engagement, it seemed every one of them had a horror story about Harry Traynor. I've been so anxious, it's just been killing me. I was looking for a way out. So when they found the body, some small part of me was glad. Isn't that awful?"
Helen gave her a look that was comforting, but held neither approval nor disapproval. "It's not really for me to judge."
"I've just been telling this lot that I'm a friend of his from up north. I haven't said anything about the engagement."
"Well, thank you for telling me. Do you feel all right?" Wendy's small, nervous mouth creased in concentration.
"Yes, it was hard when they found him, but also a relief. I'm afraid I can't get past the relief. I was the last one here. I arrived after Harry had disappeared to the powder room, but before his body had been discovered, so I haven't even seen him today. I've mostly forgotten what he looked like, to be honest."
"Then you haven't seen the body?"
"Oh, gosh, no. I couldn't bear it."
"May I ask, did you hear anything before the body was discovered?"
"Of course," said Wendy. "The sound of smashing glass. Lots of it. I think I was the only one that heard it, though, because nobody else reacted. But then they were all standing by the window, so they might have thought it came from outside."
"They were all over by the window?"
"That's right. I thought I got the wrong room at first, because I didn't see Harry. I was standing in the doorway, and they were looking at something outside. The fire, I assume, so none of them saw me. I wondered whether to knock, or just to retreat, and that's when I heard the glass smashing. From where I stood, I could tell it was coming from the lavatory. Anyway, that man Griff must have sent something because he turned around. I told him I was looking for Harry, and he invited me in. That got them talking about Harry had been a long time, and where had he got to, and so on. Just a minute after that, they were breaking down the door."
"And were all of them there? By the window, all 4 of them?" Wendy looked around the room.
"Yes," she said.
I think they were.
Another 15 minutes had passed, and the police was still absent. The initial comfort Helen had felt with Wendy had faded, and for the last few minutes an awkward pause had stretched out between the two of them like a kitten luxuriating before a fire. The inevitable heat death of two introverts in conversation. An idea seemed to occur to Wendy. She stood up and said in a sweet, dignified voice, "I need to use the lavatory. Is that all right?" Helen was taken aback by this. Someone her own age was treating her like a teacher. "Yes, of course," she stammered. "Please do." Wendy's smile was at a slant. "Well, should I go downstairs and use the one there, or should I make do with the men's?" Helen turned and looked at the nondescript door in the wall beside her, a dead body behind it. A letter M was pinned to the middle. "Where is the women's toilet?"
"That is the women's toilet," said Wendy. "The men's is out in the corridor."
Helen looked again and saw that the M wasn't quite vertical. It was pinned insecurely by a nail through its centre. She reached up and turned it easily until it formed a perfect uppercase W. It was clear from the faded patches on the wood that this was its normal position. Harry Traynor had been killed in the women's toilet. Wendy was still standing there. "Use the gentleman's, please," said Helen. Wendy thanked her and vanished. The women's toilet, thought Helen, her mind whirling with ideas. The image Griff had put into her head of someone climbing onto the roof next door and lying in wait for hours because Harry would have to use the toilet eventually had seemed slightly absurd before. But if he'd been killed in the women's lavatory, then it simply wasn't credible. Why would he ever need to use the women's toilet? That left two options. Someone had either tampered with the sign, or they had somehow compelled him to go in there. Both required the participation of somebody in this room. More time passed as Helen tried to process the possibilities. She wondered if she'd be able to remember all her thoughts and conclusions. She closed her eyes and rested her chin on her palm. "Let us have a drink with you," said Griff, sitting down across from her. Her empty wineglass was the only thing on the table, a lonely chess piece in a losing game. "We hate to see someone looking so forlorn at a party. This was meant to be a happy occasion. Harry would have wanted us to keep it that way." Scarlett was standing behind him. She nodded, giving her consent to this one act of kindness, and sat down at the table. They struck Helen as an astonishingly beautiful couple. "Thank you," she said. "That's very kind." Scarlett filled their 3 glasses. "Do you have any update on how long we'll be kept here? The world is practically ending outside." "No," said Helen, confused by the question. "I haven't left the room." Scarlett shrugged off this practicality. "Are you from out of town?" asked Griff. "Yes, Guildford. How could you tell?" "I always can." He grinned. "What are you doing here?" "Shopping," she said. "In fact, I was in that building before it caught fire." He whistled in admiration. "That was a lucky escape, then." "Yes." She saw herself deep in the burning building, dark and crowded with the cloth-like smoke, panicking children running around her. "Very lucky." Scarlett put her elbows on the table. "And what do you do in Guildford?" "I'm a teacher." "Oh." Scarlett considered it.
Then a little underqualified to be playing detective. Helen took a drink. She was no longer sober, and the alcohol had given her a very restrained recklessness. In fact, she said, I have a theory. It might interest you. Griff sat back with a burst of laughter. He slapped the table. Come on, then. Let's hear it. Well, said Helen, you suggested earlier that the killer lay in wait for Harry on the rooftop outside the toilet window. What was unclear at that time was that this is the women's toilet. She pointed up at the door that towered over them, the fourth guest at their small table. Harry was tricked into using it instead of the men's, which necessitates involvement from somebody in this room. Perhaps, said Griff. But that got me thinking, Helen went on. If someone in this room was involved, perhaps a neater solution could be considered. What if the killer was inside the loo, behind the door? When Harry enters, they take him by surprise, a simple, clean hit. Then they smash the window and move the pieces to make it look like it was broken from the outside. They wait until the rest of you break in, hiding behind the door again, and rejoin the group without comment. Would anyone even have noticed? Yes, said Griff. I think I would have, when I opened the door. Helen took a dismissive sip of her wine. Of course, unless you were working with the killer. She put the glass down and grinned. Griff burst into laughter. Scarlet hissed. Is she actually accusing us, or is this just a strange sort of joke? Griff turned to her. Oh, not you, darling. She knows you'd never get your hands dirty like that. This is infantile. Scarlet stood up and returned to the window. I'm sorry, she's very sensitive, said Griff. He shook gently with laughter, as if an underground train was at that moment passing beneath the restaurant. He was still laughing as he walked away. Helen's head was muddied, and the evening was growing long. She looked at the window, which ran almost the full length of the wall. Scarlet and Griff stood at one end, Andrew and Vanessa at the other. Helen got up and tottered over to the middle of it. Outside, everything was chaos. The fire was raging unashamedly now. There was no sign of movement inside the building beyond the yellow flicker of the flames. The street was thick with smoke. There were no cars, and very few people that weren't with the police or the fire brigade. Have we been forgotten? Thought Helen, suddenly fearful. Are we stranded up here, at the top of this restaurant? A thick cough came from her right. Vanessa was bent at the waist, her hand on the windowsill. My sister is very sensitive to the smoke, said Andrew Carter, frowning. Maybe she shouldn't stand by the window, thought Helen, who said nothing. It would be barbaric to keep us up here much longer. Helen moved towards them. Have you seen anything else in the fire? Any other shapes? Was it sarcasm, or simply the wine? No, Vanessa sobbed between coughs. But if there was any doubt that it's the devil's work. She pointed to a row of bodies that had been laid on the pavement opposite. Some have fallen, some are burnt. I don't think there could be a clearer message. Helen disagreed. She squinted at the flames, trying to detect the outline of something. Anything, really. But it just made her eyes sore. She was about to ask a further question when a loud squawking reached them from below. Vanessa jumped back as if a panicked bird had flown into the room. Helen peered through the smoke and tried to locate the source of the sound. Over the road, 2 servants were walking calmly, their arms filled with cages of exotic birds, parrots and cockatoos, even a crate of live quails. Behind them, a 3rd servant was walking a leopard on a leash. It was an eccentric man's menagerie being evacuated from a house nearby, a neat microcosm of the disruption caused by the fire. Helen watched them parade down the street, wondering where they would go. "It does look like the world is ending," she said, mostly to herself. And then she noticed movement in the room behind her, reflected in the window. The distinctive green dress that Wendy was wearing left the spot where she'd been standing, spun carefully around and proceeded swiftly to the door leading downstairs. The door opened and the dress disappeared. Helen blinked at the audacity of it, then turned and hurried after her. She found Wendy in the corridor outside. She'd made it as far as the 2nd step. "Wendy!" She turned around. "Where are you going?" The departing woman shrugged.
"Oh, Helen, I was going to tell you. I have a train to catch. I feel I've contributed all I can here."
"But we're not allowed to leave." Wendy shifted nervously. There was a pleading tone to her voice.
"I don't know any of these people. I barely knew Harry, and by all accounts, he was killed before I got here."
"But you were engaged to him. You're a key witness."
"I don't want to be rude, Helen, but you're just a teacher. Don't ask me to indulge your delusions of being a detective."
Helen flushed at such a remark from this previously polite woman. "The restaurant manager won't let you leave."
"No, but I was hoping he wouldn't notice."
"I'll tell him." Wendy sighed wearily.
"Yes, I thought you probably would."
She walked back towards Helen and took off her engagement ring, defeated. It slipped off like a scarf from a melting snowman.
"If I'm being made to stay, I may as well tell you the truth."
Wendy gave her the ring to inspect.
"I borrowed that from a friend. That's why it's far too big for me."
Helen looked down at the simple silver band. It was scratched in several places. "You weren't really engaged?"
"I really am an actor, and I'm from Manchester. That's true too. Harry really did meet me while he was there for a play, but there was no romance. It was all business. I was asked to come here today and pose very publicly as his fiancée."
"Asked by whom?"
"By Harry, of course. He wrote me a letter. Someone had been pestering him, another woman, being a bit too persistent, even scaring him a little. He thought if I came to this party and we pretended to be planning a wedding, it would send her a message. Then he'd quietly cancel the engagement once she'd moved on to someone else. Not the most pleasant scheme, I admit, but frankly, I needed the work."
Helen was intrigued. "But you don't know her name, this mystery woman?"
Wendy shook her head. "Harry didn't tell me."
"I don't understand, though. You lied to me. But why? Why did you go on with the act after he'd been killed?"
"I wanted to see how you'd react. Look, you're not the only one that can play detective. As soon as you were shown into the room, I wondered if it might be you, the one who's been pestering him."
"The other woman?" Helen laughed at the impossibility of it. "But I've never even met Harry."
"Well, you suddenly showed up. You were acting nervous. I realise now I made a mistake."
She crept up to Helen and took her hands, speaking conspiratorially.
"None of these people know my real name. Can't you just let me slip away before the police come? It would save us both a lot of bother."
"I can't blame you for wanting to leave, but we have to do what we've been told." The 2 women returned to the room. Those inside looked up momentarily and then went back to their increasingly strained conversations. Helen sat at her table by the toilet door, and Wendy, as if slightly embarrassed, took a seat alone at a separate table. There was near silence in the room now. Everyone was waiting for something to happen. And something did. The door opened, and a loud voice came from outside.
"This party is harder to get into than Buckingham Palace."
A refined, energetic young man in his late 20s and very good-looking entered from the corridor. He was greeted by a stunned silence. He spun the scarf from around his neck and hung it and his hat on a stand behind the door.
"It's smoking like my nan outside. I should have dug out my uncle's old gas mask, but the fellows downstairs couldn't seem to decide if this thing was cancelled or not, so I reasoned there must be something they weren't telling me. I had to wait until they were all busy with bowls of soup and sneak up."
His hat on the stand and a head of shining black hair revealed, he turned to face the group.
"Well, where's the birthday boy?"
Griff stepped forward.
"James, this really isn't a good time. You should have listened to the chaps downstairs."
"Nonsense,"
said James, pouring himself a glass of red wine. He left the bottle on Helen's table.
"No social occasion is ever a lost cause. If I didn't believe that, I wouldn't talk so much."
Helen noticed Andrew roll his eyes and return to the window.
"James, there's something I need to tell you."
Griff was speaking again, in private. The two men went to the corner of the room, but as clear as the smell of smoke, everyone could hear James speak.
"Harry is dead? My God!"
He turned to the room and raised his glass.
"Well, here's to absent friends."
The response was apathetic. James downed his drink.
"Well then, how did it happen?"
Griff whispered.
"He was murdered."
"Murdered, you say? Not by Rhonda, I hope."
"Rhonda? Who is Rhonda?"
"Rhonda, Harry's latest flame. A pretty young thing, about 19 years old. Getting a bit possessive, I understand."
He tapped his forehead.
"Marriage on the brain."
Andrew Carter looked pointedly at his sister.
"But Rhonda is the name Vanessa uses on stage."
Helen interrupted proceedings by toppling the bottle of red wine onto the floor. It landed with a concussive smash, leaving a stain not unlike the one in the toilet, all thin blood and fragments of glass. The group turned and looked at her. James was finally silent, twisted around in surprise. If there was any doubt that she'd knocked the wine to the floor on purpose, she dispelled it by nudging a wineglass over the edge with her fingertips. She sat in an island of smashed glass.
"I don't believe we've met."
James approached her and offered his hand.
"I'm James."
Helen was staring at him. "I've seen you before, James." He was slightly taken aback.
"In a play, perhaps?"
"You could certainly say that." She turned to the others. "I've seen you all before. And I recognize you. I recognize all of you. I recognize this whole situation. The quietest one in the room being preyed upon by the rest." She turned back to James. "Don't they say that you should never let the audience watch you setting up? Once you've seen the actors smoking and bickering outside the theatre, kicking the props around, the illusion is ruined." Helen was drunk. James glanced at the other guests, unsure of how to proceed.
"I'm sorry, I don't understand what you mean."
"After arriving here later than everyone else, you should have at least pretended you didn't know where the hat stand was. It's quite hidden, behind the door." He looked insulted, but relieved to have a concrete accusation he could deny.
"Well, I've been to this restaurant before."
saying the first thing that came into his head, thought Helen. Everybody reverts to childhood when they lie. He was no different to a 5-year-old girl claiming that a bird had dropped the contraband item into the room through the open window. "That is true," said Helen. "The entrance we all just witnessed was actually your return. You were here earlier." James shuffled awkwardly, isolated by this accusation, while the others gathered around Helen's table. The broken glass kept them back. When they had formed a rough half-circle, even Wendy had approached, drawn by curiosity, Helen looked from one to another in turn. Griff spoke. "What are you suggesting?" "I now know who all of you are," said Helen, pressing her head back into the wall, trying to focus her sobriety, knowing that it was the intoxication that was compelling her to speak. "I see 6 extroverts, all of you, even the shy ones." She looked at Wendy. 6 extroverts who think they can manipulate someone more reserved than themselves just by talking more forcefully. "She's drunk," said Vanessa. "A little, but it doesn't affect my judgment. You would be wise not to underestimate how well I know this scene. You see it with salesmen most often. They realize they're talking to someone quiet and thoughtful, and their eyes light up. They think they'll be able to make your decisions for you, as if not being inclined to voice an opinion was the same as not being able to have one." Helen had a moment of self-doubt. Why didn't she save this for a cosy conversation with a police detective over a cup of tea? "So I've patiently listened to your lies all evening. It's been like an afternoon in school. But your plan, implausible as it was downright sloppy in one respect. It didn't occur to any of you that before I was asked to come and keep watch up here, I'd been sitting downstairs for about an hour, in this very restaurant, quite close to the door." The room was darkening, with the sun in decline and the windows almost black with smoke. She was speaking to an audience of silhouettes. "I must have been sitting there while the murder took place, eating a bowl of soup. And I expect I was sitting there while every one of you arrived. I didn't pay too much attention, of course, but I couldn't miss the sight of one smartly dressed, fully grown man carrying another into a crowded restaurant." A gasp filled the room. Somebody at the back of the circle dropped a glass. She spoke to James. "If you hadn't made such a dramatic entry just now, that memory might never have come back to me. But it has, and so I can tie the threads together. What I saw earlier this evening was you escorting Harry onto the premises. The poor man was so drunk he could hardly walk. I only saw the back of his head, in its original, unspoiled state, of course, but I'm sure that it was him. It was his build, his beard, his sideburns, and his signature black suit. You, on the other hand, I recognise without a doubt." "It's true," said Vanessa. "Harry was inordinately drunk when we arrived. We suspected he'd been drinking all day." Her brother nodded. "That's right. He was ghastly." Griff stepped forward, crunching a piece of glass. "Anyone who knew Harry would expect him to be helplessly drunk by 6 o'clock on his birthday. I fail to see how that changes anything." "You've all been lying to me," said Helen pointedly. "I've heard any number of stories today, from demon dogs to fanatical women, but not one of them accounted for the fact that Harry was delivered here too drunk even to stand up. I can see what happened. When I entered this room for the first time this evening, you were all surprised. You'd been expecting the police, but instead you got me. Then one of you saw an opportunity. You thought that if you each told me a story, with no two stories the same, I'd be all in a muddle by the time I spoke to the police. I'd repeat all your lies and make a mess out of everything. I was just a way of adding some confusion to the crime scene. That's how you saw me. And why? Because I don't assert myself much. There was an uncomfortable silence, as if the room had filled with water. It's been said to me, Helen went on, at least once this evening, that Harry had a lot of enemies. It seemed a strange thing for his friends to insist upon. Unless you're not his friends, you're his enemies. Guilty looks were exchanged by the guests. Then the 6 of them stared at their shoes. I don't know what he did to you individually. Engagements and abandonments would have played some part, I'd imagine, from the way that you've depicted him. But I would guess that each of you held some grudge against Harry. So you gathered together, shared your grievances, and decided the world would be a better place if you killed him. So you arranged this party on Harry's birthday, and you all came along to pose as his friends. Presumably he didn't have enough actual friends to object or to have made any other plans. Nobody spoke. Helen stood up. Did it happen like this? James here runs into Harry somewhere around lunchtime and suggests a drink, making it look like a coincidence. He's the type of person that makes everyone feel wanted, so Harry goes along with it. James reddened. You get Harry drunk and bring him here. He's in no state to object. The rest of you arrive. Then the seemingly intractable crime scene is prepared. All it would take is for one of you to lock themselves inside the bathroom and let another break the door down with Harry in the corner here the whole time, probably taking a nap. Then one of you smashes the window and places the glass piece by piece on the floor and the windowsill to make it look like it was done from outside. Then, once the last of you has arrived, the proceedings begin. He's bundled into the toilet and propped on the seat with his forehead against his knees. One of you produces a hammer. It would be easy enough to smuggle one inside, under a man's suit jacket. A simple hammer, like the one that is soaked in blood and lying on the roof outside. The 6 of you passed this weapon around and took it in turns to strike the inebriated Harry on the back of the head. 6 bold strikes. The poor man has hardly any skull left. What else? There's a telltale spot of blood on a piece of glass in the window frame. I assume that's just a distraction, to make it look as if the killer went out that way. None of you have any visible cuts. But Vanessa, you're walking with a slight limp. Did you take off your shoe and scratch the bottom of your foot with that little glass triangle? A neat piece of misdirection. Then, James, you must have taken the rest of the evidence with you and sneaked out of the restaurant. What was it? A bloody rag, perhaps? James looked forlorn. A tablecloth, stained with vomit. He gave a long, futile sigh. I ran into the burning building and threw it into the flames, then ran out looking like a hero. I went home to change. The 6 guests stood in silence. Helen looked at each of them in turn. And then you all spent the rest of the evening telling me stories, not one of them the slightest bit true. There was a loud knock on the door. It creaked open. The restaurant manager's head appeared around the door. Helen had had a feeling he would return for the final act. There was a grin on his impish face. I am sorry to disturb you, madame, but we have been told we must evacuate the building immediately. He disappeared. Helen turned back to face her accused. They stared at her, James broke the silence with a burst of laughter.
Well, we all heard the man. It seems we're free to go.
The room relaxed. Andrew picked up his jacket, James his hat, and Vanessa took a good look at her black shoes, as if wondering how to make them more comfortable. Then the whole group proceeded towards the door. "You might find," said Scarlett as she passed, "that your story seems less plausible once we've all left the room." The rest of them filed past her.
"Don't worry too much," said Griff. "Harry really was an awful man. We've done the world a favour."
He departed, and Helen was alone. Andrew had opened the window in a small act of sabotage, and smoke was pouring in through it. An appropriate metaphor, thought Helen. Then she picked herself up, put on her coat, and left. The restaurant was eerily empty as she passed down the stairs and out of the door. She walked down the street and looked at the burning building. It was such horror. Who would care about their simple corpse in the toilet when it had happened so close to this abomination? And yet, for all its branching chaos, the fire was essentially an act of God, whereas the murder had been planned and carried out in cold blood. The two events seemed to cover all cases of maleficence, as if this simple West London street were a diorama on display in a Sunday school. She stared at the fire and felt the heat wash her clean.